I'm about to black out. No, stop. I'm about to black out. I'm not gonna hold you guys up being somber and calm. I'm about to be the chaotic truth this morning. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna talk about a host of other things, but I'm gonna talk about how leftist celebrities and global elitists are promoting eating bugs for the general population, for the Earth's population. I ain't eating no bugs. And you know what? I'm going to give smoke to a lot of celebrities today. Salute to you all. Positivity is coming your way. I hope all is well with you and yours. I'm pissed off. Give me a second here. First of all, I want to give a big shout out to Mario. Thank you so much, Mario, for the super sticker. I really appreciate that. Positivity is coming to you all. I hope all is well with you and yours and your family. Guys, I'm about to black out on this beautiful Monday. I'm about to black out. When I was a kid, I was very, very explorational. I don't even know if that's a word. Exploratory, whatever. Me and my brother and sister used to be in the backyard, be at the parks, crawling on our hands and knees, looking for bugs to play with and sometimes occasionally eat. We used to take the magnifying glass and occasionally burn up an ant colony. Yes, that is true. Rush is in the building. Guys, please hit up Rush Enterprise if you are in need of personal security at 975-558-4659. That's 973-558-4659. We used to stomp on bugs. We used to capture lightning bugs and put it in bottles and light up the room with it on beautiful summer nights. But that was over 30 years ago. We grew out of that. When you were a kid, you are relatively stupid. Your brain isn't developed. So you are exploring the world around you. You're exploring the people, the scenery, the animals, etc. Yes, I can understand being 5. I can understand being 6. I can understand being 7. Excuse me, guys. I can understand being those ages and eating bugs and playing around with bugs. But this agenda going forward has to stop. They are already promoting cross-dressers speaking and talking to your children in school. You should see how many celebrities find nothing wrong with that. You got celebrities promoting obesity. Lizzo. You got celebrities that are anti-America, but they're pro-Ukraine. Tell me I'm lying. Pro-other countries. They're constantly promoting agendas. Now they are promoting an agenda of eating bugs. It's disgusting. I'm repulsed by the notion that this is even a topic of discussion. Bugs and insects are repulsive. They all are. All of them. I don't give a ass if it's a butterfly to a cockroach. You are not supposed to eat bugs and insects. Tell me I'm lying. It's an Obama damnation. What next is coming down the pipeline from these evil monsters, the liberals, these left actresses and actors, eating roaches, eating insects, and then they're going to say, oh, this is, and then you know what they do is they give it beautiful little names to it. Oh, this is, I saw I saw Lupita, beautiful actress, but she's a liberal nut job, eating an icicle with ants on it. Yeah, the background looked nice where she was at. A nice little Hollywood party. Yeah, the people there looked beautiful. Yeah, the food or the catering was excellent. But she had ants crawling on this ice cream sickle, or whatever they're called, popsicle, trying to brainwash the masses of people to accept this utter and fucking nonsense. Robert Downey Jr., he's another nut job. He played Iron Man, chaotic. I don't give a ass. He's promoting this nasty nonsense. Eating bugs? Are you out of your mind? It cuts down on CO2 emissions because they won't have to use plants to shut up. I like steak. I like eating chicken. And so do you. You can't convince me ever in a million years that a man dressed as a woman is a biological woman. You can't convince me in a million years that a man sucking on another penis is normal. You can't convince me in a million years to support a foreign country before my own country. No, You liberals, you leftards, you hippies in Hollywood, you're not gonna force me to do a goddamn thing. Ain't happening. It ain't happening. Give me a second. Give me a second. You can't convince me of it. You ain't never gonna convince me of none of that nonsense. I'm a damn mammal. I'm an ape, a great ape. I even look like my relatives in the jungle, the gorilla, the chimpanzee, the bonobo. And white people, not today. Don't get up here and say, yeah, chaotic, you kind of do. Don't, not today. No, don't do that. You let me say that. You don't say that, white people. You don't go up to blacks and say, yeah, you kind of do look. No, you don't get your teeth knocked down your throat. What's up, Leander? The writing is on the wall. It's on the wall, man. These people want to convince you to be an abomination, a walking abomination. What next? What next is coming down the pipeline from Hollywood, from the music industry? Well, what do you mean the music industry? Chaotic? Nas. My God, Nas. One of the greatest, if not the greatest rapper of all time. He founded or funded insect bars in 2016. In 2016, the American rapper, songwriter, and entrepreneur known as Nas made a significant A-round investment in EXO, a company that makes protein bars and other food products from crickets. Do you mean to tell me that they are actually promoting eating insects? There was a movie called Snowpiercer. Check this out. And see, this is also the beauty of Hollywood. Even though Hollywood is demonic and evil, they tell you their evil plans years before they implement it at a full scale. See, you guys are like, what? Chaotic's talking about bugs today. I'm not going to tune in for this. You better tune in, because I'm telling you right now, you may not notice it now, but in 5 years, most ingredients in fast food, other types of food, they'll mix it in meat. They'll have you eating cockroaches in the future. Crunched up cockroaches. That's what they did in this movie called Snowpiercer. Look it up. Look it up. I'm watching this movie called Snowpiercer years ago. It shows a dystopian future. Mankind is virtually extinct. There's about 100 people left on the planet. The planet is rendered uninhabitable other than this train that supports life, and it goes around the earth. It takes for a full cycle, this train goes around the earth. And on the train, you have social classes. It's called Snowpiercer. Snowpiercer, Audrey. And the lower classes of people, check this out. Check it out. Check it out. In the back are the poor people. The last 2 or 3, what do they call them? The compartments on the train? Carts. The last 3 carts are the poor section. Check this out. Every day they eat these bars. Now, they don't tell the people what are in the bars. They don't tell the people. All they know is the bars provide protein. So the one guy who's rebellious, he tries to get to the other carts. So he makes it past the poor carts. He makes it past the little guards, and he gets to the processing plant in between the poor and the middle class. Check this out. Check it out. He looks into the machine on how they make the bars. Guess what they are using to make the bars, or how they make the bars. They are taking, because resources are limited, they're taking insects, cockroaches, literally cockroaches, crunching them up, and that's how they prepare the damn bars. Disgusting. It's utterly and viscerally disgusting. B, thank you for that $20 super that Cash App. Thank you, by the way. I totally forgot. My apologies, man. I'm so pissed off right now. Thank you so much. And then we got Mario in the building with the $2 super sticker again. Thank you guys so much for always showing support. So the guy is utterly repulsed by this. He starts to almost throw up. Well, why does he do that, Chaotic? Because we are not supposed to eat bugs and goddamn insects. That's why. We have evolved to look at these creatures as repulsive. And that's what they are. They spread diseases. Any animal that can reproduce at that type of level should not even be eaten in the first place. That's why I find eating crabs and lobsters and all that sea stuff disgusting. You guys are looking at me like I'm crazy. It's Monday morning, man. What is Chaotic talking about? Bugs, insects. Let me tell you guys something real quick. Look at these evil monsters in Hollywood. Angelina Jolie. She's an accomplished actress. She's been a leading star in many Hollywood films. The crazy bitch is an advocate for cricket eating. Can you imagine how nasty that shit is? Crickets. She's trying to convince you to eat crickets. That's disgusting. Justin Timberlake, another psycho. The dude was at a party. He was at a listening party. I think it was called Man of the Woods listening party. Dude was eating coated ants. These are freaks, man, in Hollywood. These are some goddamn freaks. Why do you care, CT? Why do you give a ass about what they're eating? What does that bother you? You know what? I'm pretty sure 40 years ago, there was some guy sitting at home with his family saying, "Hey, honey, did you just see these two men kissing this scene? They try to make a joke of it. I think I don't want the kids to watch this." Well, honey, it was just a joke. See, it's always just a joke. It's always, oh, that's just minor. They're just playing around. What Hollywood does is they give it to you in little poops, like, you know, when you're taking a dump and you gotta take a huge dump, but you can only give out little poops. See, that's what Hollywood does. See, they don't give it to you in one batch. There was a man 40 years ago, anywhere America. He's at home with his family. He's watching TV, and a man kissed a dog somewhere. "Hey, honey, did you just see that? What kind of crazy stuff is this on TV? Got this man kissing this dog. This isn't a joke. Honey, just watch the show. It's just for the kids. It's just a joke." You got people who advocate for bestiality now. 40 years ago, there was a man somewhere in anywhere America. He's with his family. They're watching TV. And a man is wearing a dress. Tootsie is actually a good movie, actually. I like it. But Tootsie had a deeper meaning to it, that a man can be a better woman. But there were probably some men 40 years ago when that movie, that was 41 or 42 years ago, when that movie came out. Some man said, "Hey, honey, this guy, let's be honest, it's just a man wearing a damn dress in this movie. I don't want my kids to see this. Honey, it's a really good movie, honey. Just go for the kids." See, it's always just do it for the kids. But see, while nobody's listening to me, while everybody's thinking I'm just trying to get clicks and go viral, which to a degree I kind of am, people are going to say 10 years from now, Chaotic Truth was right. All the while, you're eating cockroaches at the goddamn restaurant. They're going to normalize it now. Celebrities are promoting it now. They're eating it on TV. See, it's in little dosages. You don't even notice it. How many of you have even noticed it? Not that many, right? It's more prevalent than you think. They're going to promote your kids to eat it. But I know nobody gives a ass. Nobody cares. But see, I'm not only the Negro whisperer, I'm also the cultural whisperer too. While you guys are eating cockroaches in the future, I'm gonna be laughing at you. While you're eating termites in the future, I'm gonna be laughing at you. Just how I laugh at black people now. 25, 30 years ago, when I was a mere kid, I used to tell, hey man, y'all shouldn't act like that. Y'all shouldn't do this. And now I sit back and look at the Freaknik. Look what's going on there. Black people crying. I don't want. That was when I was 22. I was just smoking weed and partying. Well, you dumb MFer. People told you time and time again you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be doing this. And now you got your little nice little fancy job. You're going to get exposed now. But when black people like myself 30 years ago were telling you, hey, you should be a classy black woman, you didn't want to hear that. You didn't care. But look at you now. So, same thing is going on with the LGBTQ community. The same thing is going on with the border, et cetera, et cetera. You got a lot of people that advocate for the goddamn border to be open, and all of a sudden, no, they in our city, and they bring their culture here, and it's a mess. Well, I mean, you had politicians 20, 30, 40 years ago who wanted to close the damn borders to the damn South Americans. But you wanted to be progressive. Aztec, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Positivity is coming your way. When I was a kid, a lot of pro-black people wanted to fight for apartheid. Spike Lee put it in his movie School Days. You got the Negroes protesting apartheid. Look at what happened when apartheid ended. You dumb bastards. I'm pretty sure it was some people back then, both black and white, that said apartheid should not end. Because if it ends, this country's going to go into utter chaos. And look at South Africa now. Look at it now. But I know, right? I know. I'm a coon. I'm an Uncle Ruckus. I'm trolling. Whatever little titles you people give me, that's fine. But when your kids are eating cockroaches, bugs in high school, et cetera, you guys are going to say, I remember there was a dude, Chaotic, he said that 10 years ago. Nicole Kidman. Nicole Kidman is another one. In 2018, Time magazine named Australian American actor Nicole Kidman one of the 100 most influential, people on the planet. Look at it. Go on YouTube. Check it out for yourself. Nicole Kidman ate a buffet of bugs. A buffet. Can you imagine how sick and demented this is? How sick this is! These people at the top know that the common people like us are impressionable, are bandwagon, are sheep. And a lot of those people are freaks and they're weird. Nicole Kidman was eating a buffet of bugs. I mean, imagine this: a bowl of cockroaches, a bowl of ants, a bowl of beetles, a bowl of bees. I mean, can you imagine how demented this is? Zac Efron. What's his Zac Efron? What's his name? In a 2010 interview on George Lopez. Go back and look at it. These things have gone on for years. In a 2010 interview on the George Lopez show, Zac Efron told Lopez, check this out, that he was adventurous when it came to eating certain types of foods. The sick bastard puts larvae in his Mexican dishes. Can you imagine how sick this is? Salma Hayek. She's another one. She told David Letterman that bugs and insects were a part of her heritage, Mexican heritage, and she loved eating them. Chaotic. I don't think I'm gonna watch this show today. I don't really know what you're talking about, and okay, that's fine. That's totally fine. You don't know what I'm talking about. 2030. Hey, honey, let's go get some cereal from the store. Okay. And you're reading the ingredients. You know what's going to be in the ingredients because it's going to be so normal. 25 milliliters of cockroaches. Watch it come down the pipeline. Watch it. Let's see here. Let me see. We why you gay, my brother, says in the Bible says they will cut your head off for refusing their gay way. Double Brewski says CT is just bugging out today. Thank you so much, Double Brewski, for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate that, man. Positivity is coming your way, man. Bill Nye the Science Guy. He's another one. Now listen, when I was a kid, I loved Bill Nye the Science Guy. I ain't gonna lie to you. Loved his damn show. Check it out yourself, man. He's a goddamn scorpion eater. Can you imagine this? Can you imagine how sick this is? A scorpion. He eats scorpions. It's disgusting, man. It's absolutely repulsive. It's absolutely disgusting. Kanye West, man. Toasted insects. Nasty. Look, I could go down the list of celebrities that are promoting this. Aztec says cockroaches are disgusting, but their larvae are divine. Thank you for the $5 Australian. Society collapses right before our eyes, guys, because nobody calls out the dumb shit when it's currently happening. Nobody calls it out. And then when you do call it out, the one or two people that do, me, we're labeled as crazy. We're labeled as every little negative word in the book. Hey, man, why you hating, man? You won't say that to when you hear all this stuff. But I'll tell you, man. See, I don't have anything to worry about. See, I don't have any children. I'm not easily influenced. But there was a time There was a time, and I know this for certain, when men had a voice. There was a time when we had a lot more Al Bundys. There was that time. We don't have that anymore. We got girly men now. You got women walking around with purple and pink hair now. In the 90s, if you would have walked around and said, F America, somebody probably would have punched you in the mouth. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Definitely. I know you guys are wondering, why did I choose to talk about this today? Why did I choose to bring this up? I'm bringing it up because, hear me out. I'm bringing it up because I want this recorded in history. I want this recorded so that no one forgets. They're going to have you eating termites, the powers that be. Just like they have you convinced that it's okay to accept a man sucking penis. Just like how they have you convinced that it's okay for cross-dressers to teach your children. They're going to have you convinced of this. And it always takes place with Hollywood. It's absolutely shameful, man. It's absolutely shameful. Let me show you guys something real quick. Let me show you something. Just to show you that I'm not playing with you guys. Check this out.
Free? Let's break that down. Free federal returns.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Free?
Hold on for 1 second, guys. That's not it. Hold on for a second. Wait a minute. Sorry about that. Give me 1 second. Give me a second. I'm sorry about that. Man, I just want to show you guys something real quick, man. Look at this.
This crowd's insane. I'm actually fearing for my life. I need to be escorted to the helipad immediately. Well, happy Monday, everyone. So, all right, we'll save the Trump stuff for the B block. But tonight, what's with all the people eating bugs? First, you remember this crackpot.
Are you ready?
Cheers.
Actually, I'm less scared of this. Okay. Oh, the crunch.
You know, it starts with things like this. And I don't want you guys to echo chamber me. But it starts with things like this. Goofy little segments on the news, like on CNN, Commie News Network. They bring in some chef. He's probably some liberal nut job. He's probably a good chef, but he has some sort of perversion in his life. He's convinced this woman to, hey, who's that one reporter here? Yeah, I know she's adventurous. Try this out. What is it? Oh, it's a dung beetle from Africa. See, it starts off with goofy shit like this. Starts off with goofiness. Hey, let's show the crowd in CNN world that you could add bugs to the menu. Ha 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 ha. See? Starts off with stuff just like this. Let's keep watching it real quick. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Breezy says, "Sweet God in heaven." Exactly. So it starts off with things like this. You're at home, you're watching CNN. You know, you don't really know that CNN is a liberal propaganda tool machine. But nevertheless, you're at home watching it. Hey, honey, look at this woman. Oh, she's eating a dog beetle. Ha ha. Hey, kind of looks good. Hey, you know, goofy shit. You're not thinking anything of it. You're not thinking about the sinister nature of what's actually taking place here. Let's keep watching it real quick.
Do I have a wing hanging out of my mouth?
I hope it's a wing. You never know, it's CNN. But why did they pick her anyway? I can think of someone else at CNN who needs to be restricted to eating just bugs. Low-hanging fruit. But now in recent years, everyone's getting into the act, even celebrities.
You want to share a spider?
Can I make one without flavor?
It's actually really good, the flavor.
This is Angelina Jolie. That's Angelina Jolie. She's cute, right? She's attractive. She's been in all movies, right? See, when attractive people like Angelina Jolie does this, it doesn't look as repulsive, does it? That's how they get you to start doing these things. See, you're watching it, you know, a lot of you dudes especially, hey man, it's Angelina Jolie, she's pretty hot. When in fact, Angelina Jolie is promoting an abomination. CT, how do you know it's an abomination? Okay, I'll give you an answer. I'll give you a damn answer. Let me ask you a question. Your mom calls you over, say, hey, son, I'm about to make some dinner. You want to come over to the house? You say, Mom, yeah, I'll be over there. What day? She says, Sunday. Me and your dad are cooking. I want you to come over on Sunday. So you get into the car. You know, you normally eat fast food. You know, you're on your own. You don't really cook anything. Go to your parents' house. You walk into the house, and your mom has a bowl of cockroaches. Think about it. You walk into your mom's house, your parents' home. Your parents, your mom particularly, has invited you over for Sunday dinner. You walk inside and you say, "Damn, what is that cooking? What is that, chicken?" She says, "Oh no, that's cockroaches." You walk into the dining room and there's a bowl of cockroaches. Oh, sounds crazy, right? Now do you get what I'm saying here? See, it wouldn't work right if your mom presented it to you. But see, the media has to present it to you in little dosages. Look at this little segment with the pretty Angelina Jolie eating a spider. You don't think nothing of it. But if you walked into your friend's home and he had a bowl of lightning bugs on his desk or on the dining room set and said, "Hey man, let's feast," I can almost guarantee that you would call social services on him, because you would say, "Hey man, my friend is suffering. He's having a mental breakdown here." Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Falling Sunlight with the $5 super chat says they are already selling cricket powder disguised in foods under the name Ashita. I can't pronounce that. Excuse me. Ashita powder or Ashita domesticus. You should always read labels. I'm gonna look that up right now. Oh, sweet God in heaven. She's right. She is absolutely right. House crickets have recently been officially approved for consumption in Europe. Thanks to the nutrients they contain, insect meal obtained from crickets is well suited for the preparations of foods such as burger patties, cookies, and pasta products. Falling sunlight is absolutely correct. They start off small. You know, it starts off as a novelty. Oh, it's in this specific little healthy drink here, and novelty people or people who are, some little novelty niche people, pretty weirdos like Angelina Jolie. They drink it. Oh, what's in my smoothie? It's cricket powder. And they talk nice. They sound nice when they say it. And then you, the sheep, you say, let me try that. And you're only trying it because Angelina Jolie has been marketing it, or they can get Kanye West or somebody famous to do it. That's how they do it. There is no way in a million years I would consciously eat an insect or a bug. Hell no. Hell no. But they got nutrients too. Stop it. It's certain things you shouldn't eat. And there are certain things that I will never in a million years eat. Thank you so much, Fallen Sunlight. Again, Fallen Sunlight is correct. House crickets have recently been officially approved for consumption in Europe, thanks to the nutrients they contain. Insect meal obtained from crickets is well suited for the preparation of foods such as burger patties, cookies, or pasta products. My God in heaven, when does it stop? When does it stop? It's an abomination. Well, they eat insects in other cultures, chaotic. I don't care. They also eat dog in other countries. I don't see any one of you, especially white people, eating dogs here. Go up to white people are nice, but go up to any white person and say you want to eat a dog. I bet you they'll punch you in your mouth. What? Hold on for a second. They'll say, what? Boom. That's the only time I think white people will lose their composure. Stop it. Quit picking and choosing. The reason why I am talking about this is because I see a greater problem here. If you will allow Hollywood celebrities, global elitists to convince you to eat bugs, I mean, next thing you know, they will convince you, hey, there's nothing wrong with allowing another man to stick his penis in your butt. Come on now, what are you talking about? Something wrong with butt sex? That's not gay. No, it is something wrong with butt sex. It's an abomination. It's disgusting. See, they will convince you of that. They will convince you of sleeping with animals now. I'm telling you, man, it is a grand scheme here. Call me a conspiracy theorist all you want. But I believe that the powers that be, they want you to have butt sex. They want you to have sex with animals. They want you to chop off your penis and say that you're a woman. See, they want these evil things to permeate in society. I see it. And then you, the sheep, well, there's nothing wrong with feeding your kids cockroaches. I mean, why are you anti-cockroach? What's wrong with you, chaotic? You're anti-cockroach. Seven still says CT when you're right. You're right. Thank you so much. Who are you to say that, CT? CT, you're just anti-butt sex. See, there's nothing wrong with a man sticking his penis inside of another man's rectum. There's nothing wrong with ass sex. Yes, there actually is something wrong with it. Diseases. The fact that most men are heterosexual. Yes, there is something wrong with it inherently. I don't care. Well, I have gay friends and I'm going to unsubscribe to Chaotic Truth because I'm offended. Okay, bye. See ya. What's next? You're going to see some entertainer sticking his penis inside of a tree hole and saying, hey, there's nothing wrong with having sex with trees. What is wrong with you, buddy? What's wrong with you? You don't have sex with a tree? I'm telling you, I know these things sound crazy now. My God, I know they sound crazy. But what sounds crazy coming out of my mouth will be the norm in the future. Damn, I remember one Monday morning in the spring of 2023, Chaotic Truth, he was ranting and raving about butt sex and sex with trees and animals. I didn't know what the hell he was talking about, but now I get it. Well, yeah, you get it now because you will see 50 liberals having tree sex. Like, damn, Chaotic was talking about that 10 years ago, and these freaks are protesting the government to stick their penises inside of tree trunks in public. These people are not stopping, man. They're not. They're using entertainers to do it, and the entertainers are freaks themselves. I mean, my God, you got Angelina Jolie literally eating a spider. Come on. Do me a favor, guys. Let me ask you a question. To everybody in the chat, would your mother right now eat a goddamn spider? Would she eat a bowl of roaches? Come on, man. Why are we playing here? It's not normal. A lot of stuff going on in society is not normal, but it's been normalized by these evil people in Hollywood. Why he making fun about butt sex? Well, I'm making fun about butt sex because eventually it's just gonna be normal. You walk into a house, there'd be two dudes performing butt sex on each other, and well, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. What? You'll walk into somebody's house, they're giving their dog fellatio. There's nothing wrong with giving your dog fellatio. That's what's coming down the pipeline. You're going to see a lot of evil stuff in 20 years. I'm telling you, you are. All because we allow stuff like this to happen now. Eating insects? Like that's normal? Get the fuck out of here. That's not normal. It's not. It's not. And it would never be. Hey, man, you want to come to my house today, man? We're going to be playing poker, man. You walk into a house, there's two dudes having butt sex. And then they say, well, that's normal. What do you mean that's gay? That's just normal behavior. I got to use the most extreme examples, man. I got to. Hey, I went outside and Johnny was sticking his penis inside of the tree out there. What? And why do you care what he doing, Chaotic? Why do you care he's sticking his penis inside the tree? What are you, anti having sex with plants? Yeah, I am, you fucking pervert. I'll tell you this, man. I think a lot of these weird ideas come from drugs. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit, yeah. Oh, listen. Oh, yeah. You ever talk to somebody who's drunk? You ever talk to somebody who's high? You ever talk to somebody who's on mushrooms? They're talking crazy. They come up with crazy ideas. Hey, dude, you know, man, I'm over here smoking weed. Man, what is so wrong, man, with just, loving trees, bro? Like, we're all a part of God's creation, man. I don't see why we can't just practice freely, man, and just make love to trees. And then another high, stupid idiot. Yeah, man. Yeah. I never thought about that, bro. I feel like that would bring like peace and harmony to the world, bro. I feel like that everybody on the planet should be like us, bro. And I'm telling you, that's what really happens. That's what really happens. People who are high, think about it from this perspective, right? When you're rich and famous, or when you're rich, you can sit back and really have a lot of time to think. So think about these elites, like these $1 million entertainers, for example. Shit, all they got to do is sit back. I know a lot of them work, but truth be told, all they have to do is sit back, do drugs, and think. And they start thinking about craziness. And that's why they promote it. They're already weird to a degree. They're sitting back, smoking weed, or doing other drugs. Man, like, I don't understand why people don't want to have butt sex. I mean, like, what is so wrong with that? It's just skin, bro. Yeah, I never thought about that. Hey, you know what? Your producer buddy over at Warner Brothers, we could probably make a movie like this, man. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying, right? But I'm the crazy one, right? Rock the Big Gun, what's up? Says, yo, CT, I told you these people are evil. It's good versus evil. Happy to see you are seeing that. Oh, yeah. I mean, I definitely have peeped that. Troll said it's just skin. I'm telling you, man. That's how it starts. I'm telling you, drugs, man. I'm telling you. Talk to people who are under the influence and just sit back and listen to them. Yeah, man. Like, what if like God is the sun? And like, he provides just for us, man. And what if like the other stars are like his brothers? And somebody else is high, like, oh yeah, man, that sounds normal. What's up, everybody? Positivity is coming your way. Rock the Big Gun says says WII does not do that. CT. Oh, weed does not do that. Stop hating on weed, bro. It does do that. It makes you sound crazy.
Hornworms. They're still alive. Extraordinary.
It's ants. Yeah.
Extraordinary.
It's ants.
Now look at this. You got Angelina Jolie. Look at the attractive nature of these women. My God, Lupita is a 10. Angelina Jolie, you could argue because she's older, but she's legitimately like a 9. Nicole Kidman, these are beautiful women. So who better than to market and promote this demonic behavior? She said, oh, it's ants. She makes it sound so beautiful. Like it's just some elite thing. Oh, it's ants. No, it's ants. And they're disgusting. Oh, it's ants. You get an ant from anywhere. Listen to her. Hold on. Look, wow. Listen.
Hornworms. They're still alive. Extraordinary.
It's ants.
Can you imagine and this is for black people right here, because you know Lupita's black. Can you imagine going to, you know, for you blacks, can you imagine going to your grandmother's barbecue or your auntie's barbecue, and she has a dish, or she just has a whole bunch of peaches with ants on it, and you say, Aunt, why are these ants on the peach? She says, oh, it's ants. You know, it's normal to eat that. You would think that your auntie is insane, right? Right? Oh, but because it's celebrities, it's supposed to be illustrious. Oh, Lupita says it's ants, and I'm supposed to accept that because it's ants, and there are some fancy party, and blah, blah, blah. You know, when I was a kid, man, I would, you know, I wanted to be like these people. I wanted to be in Hollywood when I was like a little kid. And now that I'm an adult, I see that these people are evil. Lupita knows damn well that that is absolutely repulsive. Stop it. Stop it. Man, I'm not eating no goddamn ants, man. All right.
Yeah. The answer
It's really good.
Lupita, why have you allowed these weirdos to trick you into believing that eating ants is normal and good? You know it's not good. Stop it. What drugs is this crazy woman under? I mean, my God, think about this. Think about this. When on earth have you ever gone somewhere in your regular life at a party and people are eating ants? Don't you see that these people are evil? I mean, my God, how much drugs did she have to use for her to convince herself to even take a bite out of that? Oh, it's ants. Listen to it again. Hold on. Listen again. Listen again. Yeah, hold on for a second. Listen to this nonsense.
Extraordinary.
It's ants.
Yeah. The answer
It's really good.
This is like a mental illness convention right here. This is legitimately a mental illness convention. That's not a damn cookout. That's whatever event that is. Sorry, it's not.
These are crickets from Mexico, from Oaxaca.
Is it weird to just go with
Oh, yeah, let's go for the cockroach.
Okay. I want you guys to think about this for a minute. Think about this for a minute. We're going to use the example of homosexuality. People with all the time on their hand who are wealthy, probably in ancient times, they probably got bored, probably doing drugs, alcohol, ancient Greece, ancient Rome. They're doing drugs. They're under the influence. It's all the time in the world. They don't have to build. They don't have to construct. And somebody says, I wonder how it would feel for me to stick my penis in another man's mouth. Hear me out. Just hear me out. Hear me out. You're rich. You have your buddy is the emperor. You're friends with all the priests. You're an elite Roman. You're an elite Greek. Maybe even in ancient Egypt. You're elite. You do drugs, you start behaving in a certain way, start doing certain things. And then you convince the powers that be that this is normal. What do? They convince the populace. They start to convince the populace, the regular people. Him eating that cricket, look at it. Look at it for what it really is. Him eating that cricket was really him experimenting with homosexuality to a degree. Follow me on this one. Imagine the first time one of these people, men, put a penis in their mouth. Think about it. Think about it for a minute. He's doing something that he knows is really an abomination, but it's the challenge of doing it. So imagine the first time a man puts on a dress. It's breaking free almost. Imagine the first time a dude puts a penis in his buttocks. See, I got to use those examples to show you the extreme nature of what it is to eat insects. It's the same thing. Look at what he's doing here. Give me a second here. Look at what he's doing here. See, he says it's all right. I'm going to use the example of homosexuality. Imagine the first time somebody does a homosexual act. They get through it. They say, oh, it's all right. So they keep on doing it to justify the first homosexual act that they did. Thus becoming a homosexual. See, they've done it now. There's something where people have killed before. I can't think of the word. But because of the traumatic event, they do it again. Because they need to normalize the first act. Chaotic truth, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, no. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what I'm saying now. I know a lot of people won't understand it. That's fine. But you will 10 years down the pipeline when you are eating cockroaches, you're drinking bee serum and all that. Oh, don't worry about it. Crack all the jokes you want about me. I know somebody in the chat said something about CT, you have too many homosexual thoughts and tendencies. I don't. But what I'm saying is that these abominable acts start with the elite. They normalize the act, and then you do it one time. Hey, I'm going to try some ants because Angelina Jolie tried some ants. Go, do it. How? Then you eat it. And because you've committed this abominable act, you have to justify it each and every time. Thus, you become a bug eater. And then you justify being a bug eater by getting policies made for you. I have a lot of people calling me a bug eater. I don't like that. Then you get policies in your favor. You get people to promote your behavior. And then you sit back and say, it's nothing wrong with me eating bugs. I'm going to eat this cockroach now. Same thing with homosexuality. Something wrong with me. Something wrong with a woman eating another woman out. That's normal now. Because I have policies in my favor. Something wrong with those guys over there having butt sex. Because there's policies. And all I'm saying is it started from the original act. Sherry with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Positivity is coming your way. Says they are promoting minority. They are promoting minority. The 3%, the majority does not. They are promoting minority. The 3% of the majority does not agree with this evil. It's media. Majority of Americans know it's evil, and we have to stand up to expose it. Stop it. Yes, and stop it. Yes, I agree. That's what I'm doing now. But Sherry, a lot of people don't understand me. Maybe I'm too cerebral. Maybe I go down the rabbit's hole a little bit. But I'm telling you what's happening. I'm telling you. Eating bugs is for children, 4, 5 years old. Hey, don't eat that bug. Get that out your mouth, girl. You know, when you were a kid, your mom would come reach into your mouth. See, there's a reason why. Bugs carry diseases. They carry all types of things. They're disgusting creatures. They're not for human consumption. Never, ever, ever. They eat bugs in China. Yeah, they probably did. I would guess you would eat bugs when there's famine, but modern Chinese people ain't eating that shit. I could understand. You're at sea. Food is limited. And you say, hey, man, you know, it is some lobster in here, man. You know, it is meat. All right, let's eat it. I can understand eating lobster at sea. But to just eat lobster just because, stop.
Unlike his ratings. He's gone. Who cares? But they couldn't even act like they enjoyed it, and a lot of them were actors. Of course, now some claim that you should be eating insects in order to reduce carbon emissions.
This is a powder derived from the mealworm, and it's a insect protein just been approved by the EU for human consumption. The making of it is severely reducing the amount of emissions it takes. If we make this switch, it's a huge, huge intervention.
I'm pretty sure that guy sat next to me on a Greyhound bus in 1989. He was telling.
Do you guys get what Gutfield is saying here? Do you get what he's saying here? Listen to what Gutfield just said about Robert Downey Jr.
It's a huge, huge intervention.
I'm pretty sure that guy sat next to me on.
Just been approved, derived from
reduce carbon emissions.
This is a powder derived from the mealworm, and it's a insect protein just been approved by the EU for human consumption. The making of it is severely reducing the amount of emissions it takes. If we make this switch, it's a huge, huge intervention.
I'm pretty sure that guy sat next to me on a Greyhound bus in 1989.
So for all of you who don't understand what the joke is, and I'll interpret it. You know, white people like Gutfield, they have this way of joking where, you know, a lot of times white people, their jokes are more cerebral, you know, unlike black jokes that are just, yeah, I went to that girl house and I told her, bitch, you know, white people are really funny with their intelligence, with their jokes. If people don't know, but the Greyhound buses, especially in the 80s and the 90s, used to be a haven for the mentally ill. When you were younger, you probably heard your parents joke and say, don't go on no Greyhound. You know, it's crazy people on there. So what Gutfield is saying is that, hey, man, when I used to ride the Greyhound in the 80s when I was poor and a college student or whatever, I sat next to people like Robert Downey Jr. Now, Robert Downey Jr., whom we all know was an ex-dope fiend, ex-crackhead, turned his life around, went to jail. Now he is Iron Man. I'll give him that. He is basically saying that Robert Downey Jr., if this was the 80s and he was not an actor, famous actor, he would be one of those mentally ill, crazy people on the Greyhound. That's what Gutfield is saying. And he would be. He would be. Could you imagine?
Motown. So you can watch Tootsie your monkey ass back to Africa if you want to.
Could you imagine being on? Black Thought says CT is right about the Greyhound back in the day, and Gutfield is right too. Could you imagine being on a plane, being on a bus, being on a train, and somebody is telling you about protein powder made of cockroaches and explaining to you why they're good? You would look at them and say, my God, why do I have this seat? Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. But because it's Iron Man saying it, I guess it's okay, right? This is how it is done. Next thing you know, Robert Downey Jr. is going to be telling you about the gloriousness of having butt sex with an animal. I'm telling you, it's coming down the pipeline. Metaphorically speaking, it's coming. I'm giving you the most extreme examples. Next thing you're going to see Robert Downey Jr., he's going to be saying, yeah, man, I was with my dog the other night and I was performing butt sex on my dog and, and he liked it and he enjoyed it. That's what's coming down the pipeline.
Severely reducing. This is a powder derived from the mealworm, and it's a insect protein just been approved by the EU.
Do me a favor, guys. Do me a favor. I want everybody listening to place yourself. Take away the fact that Robert Downey Jr. is Iron Man. Just let Robert Downey Jr. just be an Uber driver. Respect to all the Uber drivers out there. Let him be an Uber driver. He has an associate's degree in philosophy. He's he's living in a one bedroom apartment in a shifty, shady neighborhood. Just take away the notion that this is a superstar that is talking and pretend that Robert Downey Jr. is just your common workaday man and you just met him. Now just do this for me and watch and tell me what you think now. He's not Robert. Again, take away the fact that he is Robert Downey Jr. He's just a regular man now. Now, let's watch it again.
Of course, now some claim that
is a powder derived from the mealworm, and it's a insect protein just been approved by the EU for human consumption. The making of it is severely reducing the amount of emissions it takes. If we make this switch, it's a huge, huge intervention.
I'm pretty.
Now, tell me what you think about him now.
Sure, that guy sat next to me on a Greyhound bus in 1989. He was telling him about how his voices were telling him to go eat insects. So now it's a moral obligation to eat insects. But like eating a centipede, they're just playing the long game, right? I didn't write that. If you laughed, I would have taken ownership of it. But we just fired that person. First, they're going to tell you that eating insects isn't at all weird. Then they're going to tell you it's normal to eat insects. And then finally, you're racist if you don't eat insects. So Yahoo, remember that? Yahoo actually wrote a fact-check piece claiming eating insects isn't harmful. I'm going to quote this. Social media posts say that chitin contained in insect exoskeleton cannot be processed by the human body. This is misleading. While some parts of insects may not be digested entirely by humans, it doesn't mean that eating them is harmful. I don't know. I think those experts are full of shit. So maybe not every bug makes you sick, but if I've got worms in my stomach, take me to the hospital. And don't suggest that they need company. Now, others will say bugs are part of a balanced diet in other countries, as well as being integral to the culture, which explains why people leave there to come here.
Exactly. So hopefully that answers your questions in the chat or your comments when you said other countries eat bugs. Yeah, people in Indonesia probably do eat bugs. Yeah, maybe rural individuals in China do eat bugs, but they don't come here and eat that shit here. They have no other choice but to eat bugs in their shithole countries. Duh! Yeah, Chinese people eat dogs, sometimes occasionally dogs, and probably the rural part of China. They have no other choice. But they don't come here to the great US of A and do it. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. These freaks in Hollywood, they're going to have you eating cockroaches, man, if you don't stop. What's up, Jihad? How you doing, man?
If insects are integral to your culture, you need to find a new culture. If I was working in immigration and a refugee came to my desk and I asked, why are you here? And they said, my family eats insects, I'd wave them all through. Bugs are carriers of disease and parasites. The texture is disgusting. No one smiles when they eat insects. And when Robert Downey Jr. says it will reduce emissions, yeah, but by what? One study found that if every American became vegetarian, emissions would drop by only 5%. That's not worth it. Fact is, most people eat meat because it's healthy. And as Michael Schellenberger, author of the book Apocalypse Never, points out, the amount of pollution from farming is trivial compared to jet setting around the world promoting bug cuisine.
Robert Downey Jr. ain't riding no bike nowhere. Robert Downey Jr. is not riding a bike. He don't care about no fuel emission. I'm sorry. His carbon footprint is probably in the top 25 of people who travel. Stop it. You can't convince me to eat bugs, insects. You can't convince me to have products with that in. No. That ain't happening. That ain't happening. So you can sit there. You can make jokes in the chat. Ha ha, he, ha 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 ha. What I can tell you is this. I'm only 38 and I have seen the world change in just my time span. Imagine 10 years down the pipeline. You will have little stupid kids in the street, 16, 17 years old. You are anti-eating bug, chaotic. You are anti-bug eater. Let's kill them. And all you got to do is prevent it now. Prevent it now. It is wrong to eat bugs and insects. If I hear someone in my inner circle, not inner circle, of course not, because I don't hang around retards. But if I hear somebody in my perimeter, I mean, like if I'm just out and about and somebody says, hey, man, what do you think about bug eating? I might have to punch you in the mouth. I think that's an abomination. I'm not going to punch anybody in the mouth. I'm not like that. It's an abomination. There's a reason why when we see bugs, even the biggest and baddest of us say, ugh! We are programmed to hate these creatures. They're disgusting. I would even argue, and this may be up for debate, it was more than mice that caused the bubonic plague. Why is it that when we see a cockroach or any other bug, we why is it that the only way that we can like a bug, like a butterfly, is because of the colors? If butterflies were brown or all white or just a solid color, we wouldn't like them. But oh, they have different colors. Oh, purple, green, blue. They're repulsive by nature, man. They're disgusting. Mice aren't insects, Sam, but they are for certainly rodents. Disgusting. Disgusting.
So, yeah. And so what if it's popular in other countries? You know what else is popular in other countries? Beheadings.
Yeah, that is true.
Which is also good for the climate because it cuts down on exhaling, which in turn cuts down CO2 levels. Should we adopt that practice too? Being headless makes it more difficult to drive, helping the environment as well. That's the point, though. It's not about your health or your taste buds. It's about climate. The BBC asks, could grasshoppers really replace beef? Well, here's the long answer. No. The writer...
You already said?
No. Grasshoppers really replace beef? Well, here's the long answer. No. The writer...
Yeah, guys, should grasshoppers or will grasshoppers replace beef in your lifetime?
Standing over swearing.
Mario, thank you so much for that super sticker, man. I really appreciate that, man. Mario, thank you once again, man. You always come through with the super stickers. Your boy Roy Boy says, I've said it before. I live near where they summer, and ain't no one eating bugs. Seafood and various cuts of meat and chicken is what they consume. HB2N says, dirty people were the cause of the plague, not rats. It was body lice. Lice?
The writer said he was intrigued to see how he could lower his carbon footprint if he ate bugs as his main source of protein. Well, you do that, champ. And also be sure and write another piece when you stop making insects your main source of protein. That'll be 2 days later when you're writing it from a hospital bed. So why all this media lockstep? Once again, it's driven by people who exempt themselves from their own advice. Do you think these elites will eat bugs themselves? Do you think Greta Thunberg's mom packed her centipede sandwich in her Hello Kitty lunchbox this morning? Do you think you're going to see cream of carpenter ant as a dinner special at the UN cafeteria? No, when they asked who ordered bugs at the World Economic Forum, all you hear is crickets. Boom. You would have used that joke. I get it. I'll take it. You see the faces of people who eat insects. It's revulsion.
Yeah, it is. Like, and I'm glad that he pointed that out. I'm telling you, even when Joe Rogan had what was that show, Fear Factor, I'm telling you, every time I've seen people eat bugs, it's never like a steak. You know, like when somebody has a juicy, meaty steak, we tear into it. But yes, every time somebody's eating a bug, it's like they don't want to do it. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. They don't like that stuff, man. I would even argue that they regret it. Whoever says, oh, man, I regret eating that steak. But if you think about things that are an abomination, what do people do? You got kids now, that one little freak who had that gender reaffirming surgery. Now the freak is upset, crying and depressed. I can't believe I cut my penis off. Well, you dumb bastard. You're not supposed to cut it off, you idiot. I can't believe I cut my penis off. Well, you're not supposed to cut your penis off. You're a boy, you stupid dummy. But yeah, man, I'm telling you, every time somebody does like something that is an abomination, they regret it. I'm telling you, man. Never in a million years heard somebody say, man, damn, I really regret eating that steak. I really regret drinking water. Stop. Never heard it. JPD says, if eating bugs is good enough for those slanty-eyed bastards, it's good enough for me. Ah, come on, man. You ain't got to call them that. Let's see here.
And revulsion is an instinct. The humans who didn't find eating insects revolting died. That's why we prefer our food insect-free, because we're the ones left. Sure, you could say, but it's low fat, but so is dog. And I'm not smearing that across a bagel. I told Kill Meat it was Nutella. But what really...
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars, wasting tons of time on troubleshooting with attendees?
What really sucks, and the whole point of this is that they ignore the main reason that humans eat bugs. It's because they're poor and they don't have access to better food.
Yes! Thank you. Exactly. Thank you so much. You know, this black guy in the Nation of Islam said it best. He said, see, people don't listen to black people when they say the actual truth about stuff, but you got to have a white guy to do it. So Sam, particularly to you, sir, here goes a white guy saying the same thing that I said 25 minutes ago. The reason why people in China, Indonesia, Malaysia, Mommy Africa have eaten bugs is because they are poor. They're poor. People don't want to eat no damn cockroach. They're repulsive. I don't want to eat a goddamn worm. It's disgusting. My brain, as a 6-year-old, yes, when you're 6, you know you're stupid. Your brain isn't developed. Oh, okay, I'm just gonna put you put any and everything in your mouth. I don't know why kids do that. I think it's because the kids are want to explore their environment. But when you get an adult and you start looking at certain things like, that's the face you make. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me. Portugal is poor, sir. It's a poor European country. It is the poorest. Sam, you and I both know, Sam, and you're intelligent, Sam. You know goddamn well in Western Europe, sir, Portugal is the poorest country. Thus, that might be the reason why they eat bugs, sir. I ain't eating no bug. They're poor. Oh, we have to eat cockroach to survive. See, I can understand that. But ain't no Chinese people eating cockroaches and stuff like that just because. Go to China. I'm almost willing to bet in those big major cities they're not serving bugs as a main cuisine. Yeah, they might serve some scorpions on a stick, yada, yada, yada. But in those major cities, you will find McDonald's, Burger Kings, Ruth Chris, etc. Of course, they have their own chains of restaurants in China. They ain't serving bugs. I'm using Ebonics today, guys, on YouTube, by the way. Give me a second here. Positivity is coming you guys as well. I'm so glad that you guys are in the building. You guys are an incredible audience. Salute to you all. Let me see. Give me 1 second.
So instead, these fools try to make poverty seem like fun. I mean, do you think an African child would eat a plate of mealworms if they could have a bowl of pesto instead of pests?
Exactly.
Like President Biden, bugs are no one's first choice. Terrible. They leave that part out of every story. The lack of prosperity that forces them to eat insects. Like the president's BMs. It's not voluntary. I left that in there, and I'm still wondering why. Then they call something people eat out of desperation a delicacy. By this logic, the Donner Party was a 12-course lesson in exotic cuisine. Don't knock it. But it's all about manufacturing consent, getting us to adopt a practice that advocates won't take part in, like giving up their personal jet or putting giant windmills in their backyards. The World Economic Forum may push this stuff, but they're not eating spiders, which, by the way, are now our competition for the insects. They're better at it. Look, we've all eaten insects before, too, but usually by accident. Sex before, too, but usually for the insects.
Oh, man.
They're better at it. Look, we've all eaten insects before, too, but usually by accident.
Holy. I just swallowed a bee. Holy. I knew that little bugger. I'm good. He's down here buzzing around right now. Man, he went right down the hatch.
He didn't seem to enjoy that. He must be a bigot. Doesn't appreciate other cultures. But do you really think Americans are going to eat beetles when we can get lobster tail at the Sunoco station? Fact is, restaurants that have bugs on the menu are only because some dude used the menu to swat a fly. Sorry, my idea of a buffet isn't standing under a bug light, catching what falls onto my plate. But this isn't about you, and it's not about the rich, really. They aren't giving up their foie gras for fried worm. It's not about targeting the middle class either. The closest they'll come to eating a bug is the bee in Applebee's. The only people left, really, are the poor. So is that where we're headed? Feeding bugs en masse to the poor instead of helping?
Exactly. Guys, so I'm going to play the rest of this video. The link is dropped, guys, if you want to call in. We can talk about a multiplicity of topics. I want to show you guys something real quick. This is why I say it is not natural and normal to eat insects. Remember this guy? Remember this famous reporter 20-something years ago? Watch what happens.
What really happened on that Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death? What the fuck is that? Shit! I'm dying in this fucking country ass fucked up town. Shit flying in my mouth. The fuck? I can't see pollen. Let's get the fuck out of this country. What really happened on that Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death? What the fuck is that? Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death. The fuck is that? Here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death. The fuck is that? Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death. The fuck is that? Shit! I'm dying in this fucking country ass fucked up town. Shit flying in my mouth. The fuck? I can't see pollen. Let's get the fuck out of this country, motherfucker. I can't even see me. Okay. Really happened on that Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death. The fuck is that? Shit! I'm dying in this fucking country ass fucked up town.
Exactly. Human beings do not like insects and bugs. Stop it. Stop. You can't convince me of that. And like I said, they're going to start off trying to brainwash the children. They're going to start like how they did with the LGBT community. They've normalized this to the point where you got little kids running around demanding that adults call them. You got to call me my pronoun. Little nigga, 7 years old. Pronoun. I gotta, first of all, I gotta answer to you. You. I answer to you. Who the hell are you? Just a little kid. Let's see. Let me play the rest of this gut feel real quick. Give me a gut feel real quick.
Helping them out of poverty. I'm jealous of the days when elites said, let him eat cake. Now it's let him eat cicadas. Welcome tonight's guests. Other than Shields, Brothers, and Babbling, she's my favorite, Brooke. Human rights lawyer and award-winning filmmaker and author, Brooke Goldstein. When the FBI raided his closet, there was nothing worth taking. Fox Across America host Jimmy Fallon. Musician, writer, director, producer, lawyer. Just get tripped. Been down that road.
This is actually Jacksonville Vice. I wasn't cute enough. Yes, they're, pushing the impoverished lifestyle of other countries onto us. But even when they say, like, oh, it's like what the cavemen did. Yo, the cavemen lived to be 21. Right. You know what I'm saying? I don't know that we should be adopting any of their practices. But, like, that's the whole scam again and again and again, is that they're leaving out the fact that this is an options-based issue. Nobody buys a blow-up doll because they're just cleaning up with the ladies. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good analogy.
What is a woman? Can you tell me that?
They still make those, Jimmy?
Asking for a friend, of course. I just love that with everything going on in the news, you opened on eating bugs. Is it Cattle Rancher Week on Gutfeld? Like, I loved it.
And we did that story every single night.
No, you're right. I loved it. And I know this is personal for you because you're the same size as Ant-Man.
That would be one. Let's go to somebody with a brain. Brooke, you are a human rights lawyer.
That's right.
That's right.
This is a violation.
Oh, it is.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just find this so creepy and so elitist, okay? And it's creepy because they're not even hiding this coordination between the EU coming out, then there's the World Economic Forum, and then all of a sudden, overnight, Forbes and Bloomberg and Nature Magazine and Science Magazine, and then the government announces a meat tax.
Yes.
Right? A meat tax might be coming. They're like forcing this notion on us, and it's so ridiculous and elitist. And you mentioned, I even saw in articles, statistics saying something like, well, 70% of people in Africa eat bugs. That is not by choice. Yes. And if you...
Exactly. Guys, I want to point something out real quick. I want to be known that I'm one of the first content creators on YouTube that is talking about this. I just want to let you guys know that. I want to remind you of that. I want you guys to know that I don't focus on nonsensical topics. I'm telling you, man, it is important. It is important to keep abreast on these topics. Because I'm telling you, man, every product you have 10 years from now could possibly have bugs in it. And it's going to be normalized. It's going to take about 10 years to normalize. It's going to start very soon. This particular video right here, I think it's like 6 months old, but Gutfeld was talking about this 7 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, in a previous video. I'm telling you, man, all it takes is about 20 years. And overnight, what once was crazy, what once was an abomination, will become normal. Again, I got to use the homosexuality example. In 1999, you couldn't convince people that it would have been normal for a man to stick his penis inside of another man's mouth. But now, you're looked at as crazy if you say that is something's wrong with that right now. And if you're heterosexual, people like Sam in the chat will say, that's what you must really want to do. See, no. So it's coming down the pipeline. Don't get me wrong. It's coming down the pipeline. Eating insects, eating bugs. Let's play the video.
You put a child down who is in Africa and you put a bug and a burger in front of that child, I guarantee you that child is going to go for the burger. And then the last point is this pro-bug cancel culture that has come out.
Oh, it's coming. Pro bug cancel culture. Oh, you already know that's coming.
Out overnight, where you are being attacked if you say something that is totally factual, like 81% of bugs carry parasites that are harmful to humans. I'm not giving this to my children.
You know, it's interesting, though. I see their point that if a bug is carrying another bug, you get twice the benefit. So, like, we think, like, oh, my God, I have a parasite. But if a bug has a parasite, it's like you just got 30% free. It's like 2 scoops of raisins. Oh, don't remember that? But I love the fact that you listed all the media, because it's that's the weird thing, Joe, is that it all. I like to do that so you get ready. Then
I'm ready.
You and I could tell you were nodding off in your little Mr. Rogers sweater. No, but it's like all those videos. They're not recent. They're in the last 5 years. But all of this stuff came out in the last 2 weeks as meat got more expensive. It's the same logic they're using on fossil fuels, natural gas. They want to price it out, so you go to the windmills. In this case, they want us to eat bugs.
Well, the part of Mexico where my family came from, they don't eat bugs. I mean, it's just certain parts of Mexico where there's like.
Yeah. Should I do a correction?
Yeah, it's called the human centipede.
Did I offend you by?
Centipede. Would you guys eat a centipede? Put a 1 in the chat. Would you guys eat an ant? Put a 2 in the chat. Would you guys ever eat any other insect? Put a 3. Or give me a 0 for a hell no. Salute to you all. Let's see what they're saying.
I didn't even mention Mexico.
Well, I'm just saying
that was what's her face.
It's on your face.
It's on my face.
When they said Mexico, you looked at me and said, "Huh? Huh?"
Yeah, I pointed at you. It was Salma Hayek. Was that Salma Hayek that was eating like a critter?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, the producer.
Yeah.
So apologize to me.
I will. I apologize for your racism. Yeah. But the restaurants, even the restaurants in Mexico where they eat the bugs, they don't serve you a bunch of bugs and expect you to be full. You got a pound of carnitas and then they sprinkle some chapulines on them, little grasshoppers around the side to make you feel hip. Mm-hmm. But in the end, the way they cook them, they just end up tasting. It's like a donut. It just ends up tasting like the kind of whatever kind of ketchup you put on it.
Right. But the problem is, I don't see any ketchup in any of this.
No. Well, they'll get there.
Yes.
They'll find out soon enough.
Soon enough, they'll find out, and then everything changes, right? Yes. Ketchup changes everything. Mm-hmm. Right. It's like the internet for food. Pat, how are you?
I'm all right.
Just all right. Well, when you saw this as a topic, what did you think? Finally, we're going to attack the whole bug industry, the brainwashing.
Yeah, I just, I guess we've gotten over the whole cultural appropriation thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Haven't we been hearing for years that taking anything from another culture is cultural appropriation? Mm-hmm. And now if they've changed their minds, they're like, no, if you just take the really stuff, it's okay.
It's like, oh, you better not wear the sombrero on May 5th. But we want to eat your bugs, Joe. Escalante.
Yeah, I could not open like a taco stand, but if it's all bugs, then I'm good.
Yes.
I think they're punking the climate people. Because none of the people giving this advice follow it. Like you were saying, they all fly in private jets, but tell you to fly coach. I think they're in John Kerry's jet laughing their asses off. Like, dude, people are eating bugs right now. Like, they're listening to the Beatles while you're eating the Beatles. You know what I'm saying? It's so dumb.
That was you had that joke in your pocket. And you're like,
I'm so happy that you got it.
I need to throw it out there.
Yeah.
All right. No, it's okay. I appreciate it. Got to laugh. Why is everybody so sensitive? What bug is up your ass? What's gone wrong? This is Fox News. Up next, law enforcement.
Yeah, guys, that's my shtick on the whole bug thing. I want to point out that Aztec says I would eat ants before cereal with ketchup. Gross. Let me see. Amaru says I'd rather eat dirt cakes. Yeah, me too. Let's see. Monifa says insects, worms, and the like are for animals. That is their food. I totally agree with you. Totally agree. Totally. Telling you, man. People are very interesting. I bet if you went to your friend's house and he was eating a damn if he was eating a carpenter ant sandwich, say, hey man, you want my carpenter? Imagine just going to a friend's house randomly, you've known him for 10 years, 20 years, I don't know. And he has a sandwich and it's like some sort of a puree. You say, what type of puree is this? He says, oh, it's, and then he's talking fancy too, because he's been brainwashed by the media. Oh, it's puree of ant. And you say, puree of what? And it's puree of ant. And you say, puree of ant. What is that? It's puree or ant puree. You mean ant like the bug? It's like, yeah. I crushed up 1,000 ants in the blender and I made a puree out of it. You'll want to fight that dude right there on the spot. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Let me see. America First Rifleman says, I won't eat bugs, but I will sell them to the leftists. Oh, that's a good point. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Huh. See, you know what? Maybe that's what, especially we need to do as conservatives. I don't know if everybody here is a conservative, but you know, like start selling them their own product, you know? Let's see here. You know, go to a LGBTQ Elemental P parade and sell like little rainbow flags. So, hey, here you go. Hey, $5 for this flag, you know? I don't know. So, yeah. That'll be something good to do. Sam says, CT, would you eat caviar? Yes, I would eat caviar, which are fish eggs. Yes, I would eat that. Let me see. Hold on for 1 second. Darla says, Patriot slugs. Mama Carol is telling the gentleman that he is a true capitalist. Amaru says, what if eating insects cured chronic illnesses, erectile dysfunction, and growing some inches on the manhood? Bet you all would be hunting insects to eat them. Well, until that happens, sir, if that were to happen, yes, I can understand. In the meantime, guys, I want to show you the best power lifter female in the world, by the way. Give me a second here. Hold on for a second. Look at this. This is the best female power lifter in the world.
Welcome to my gym, women only. Today's a good day for me. The court ruled I can compete in women's powerlifting.
Uh-oh, here we go. Uh-oh. What? Uh-oh.
I clipped my nuts on that one. And about damn time, they were only going to let me compete in the men's category. My gender assigned at birth, but the gender I assigned myself a couple years ago is female.
Uh-oh.
They were violating my human rights, and they lost. Hey, USA Powerlifting, suck my They said being a biological male would give me an unfair competitive advantage over other women. Not even true. There is no difference between men and women.
Then why do you think powerlifting has separate categories for men and women?
It feels like you're being a bigot right now. Like, they think that men are stronger than women, and that's just misogyny. To prove to you that being a biological male doesn't give me a competitive advantage, just consider this. The women's world record for bench press is 457 pounds. The men's world record is over 1,100 pounds. And that's hardly any difference. There is nothing about me that's manlike. I'm just like any other woman. I don't know what's wrong with this thing, but it won't go in. Let me read the instructions again. This is the current world record in my weight class. It's what I warm up with. I can't wait for my first meet. I'm pretty sure we'll have a new record, which will be quite the achievement for women. Some women have a lot of upper body strength. I'm a prime example of that. With USA Powerlifting, the court has ruled that the harm is in making someone pretend to be something different. And pretending to be something different from what I'm pretending to be hurts my feelings and puts me at violent risk of having to be what I am.
Are you a woman?
Yes.
Can you tell me what a woman is?
No.
So you're certain that you're something that you're uncertain of?
I can confidently say yes. I spend a lot of time in the women's locker room. A lot of time. And when I'm in there, I am very observant. It's just who I am as a person.
Put a 1 in the chat if you think if you think that this is a woman and you think that you think that she is a great power lifter. Hold on.
One thing that pisses me off about the women's division is some of those ladies are using performance-enhancing drugs like testosterone, and that gives them an unfair advantage.
Did you know that you have testicles that make testosterone, and that gives you an unfair advantage?
No, testosterone doesn't give you an unfair advantage.
But you just said it does.
But I was talking about them when I said that. It is totally unscientific to say that men are stronger than women. Like, what are you basing that on? Like the objective amount of weight they can lift? That doesn't mean anything. And even if there was a difference in strength, which there's definitely not, strength doesn't give you a competitive advantage in powerlifting.
It seems like it might.
No.
You see the thongs on? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. What?
I'm the new voice of women's powerlifting. Finally, the community has a voice worth listening to. Now that I've won the suit against USA Powerlifting, I've already got my next court case pending. I'm suing Jeff Bezos' bank.
Why?
Because even though I identify as Jeff Bezos sometimes, they weren't letting me withdraw large sums of money from his bank. They claim there's a biological difference between me and Jeff Bezos. Breaking down barriers to compete in women's powerlifting, I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing this for women's rights.
Well, what do you have to say to the vast majority of women that don't approve of this?
Those women. A great way to find your fellow freedom lovers out there is...
Oh, man, that was pretty good. Guys, hit that like button. Salute everybody in the chat. Positivity is coming your way. I'm so glad that you guys are here today. Once again, salute to everybody with the super chats, cash apps. Again, Beak, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. Let's see here. Who else is in the chat right now? What's up, Adam? How you doing, man? What's up, Chef Shapino says, I currently identify as a self-hating, one-sided, hydrochondriac, diabetic, Swedish lesbian. My pronouns are Zim and Zawowski. That is absolutely funny. Salute to you, Chef Shapino. Guys, the link is dropped real quick, guys. Did you hear about this story in, what was this, Missouri? No, it's not Missouri. My apologies. This is out of... Give me 1 second. This is the wrong story. Yeah, out of Missouri. Yeah, out of Missouri. Okay, let me see this story real quick. Yeah, this is out of Missouri. How do you protect a black kid? Protesters demand justice in shooting of Ralph Yarl, 16 years old. Like Ralph Yarl's parents, Patience Gay moved to the United States from Liberia to escape violence before starting a family. That was years ago. But on Sunday, she marched alongside at least 200 people in Kansas City's Northland at a peaceful protest in support of Ralph, a 16-year-old boy who was shot and critically wounded Thursday after he went to the wrong house to pick up his younger twin brothers. Ralph is a junior at Staley High School. Friends said he talked of going to Stanford after he graduates. Good school, by the way. Gay, 33, the mother, a longtime family friend to Gay, 33, a longtime family friend to Ralph's parents, is pregnant with her first child and filled with a new fear as she watches Ralph's struggle to recover from injuries. How do you protect a black kid? She asked. What are we supposed to do now? We left our countries because we don't want to be killed. That's why we left. They came to America for a better life. How is this a better life? Police Chief Stacey Graves said Sunday the police department is working to make sure the investigation moves as quickly as it can so the case can be presented to the Clay County prosecutor. Police have not identified the person who shot Ralph. A stellar human being, Mira Mitchell, a teacher of Ralph's for several years, called for his shooting incomprehensible. She described him Sunday as a stellar human being with a quiet fortitude. Of her many students, Ralph's work ethic and love and kindness for others makes him stand out. He's dutiful to his family, she said, and he impressed her every day in his academics and his interactions with peers. He is the utmost example of how you want a young man to carry himself in this world, she added. Nicole Bryan, 17, one of Ralph's classmates and friends, said she met Ralph in the 7th grade. They both are in band where he plays bass clarinet, and she plays the basson. Never heard of that instrument. I think I have, though. Let's see. When they first met, he corrected her on her instrument and helped her become better. He still pushes her to achieve her best. She said Ralph has talked about studying chemical engineering in college, typical of an African immigrant. He's a whiz at science and math, but his passion is music. He's won numerous awards for his academics and his musicianship. Paul Yarl, Ralph's father, is quiet like his son. He stood near the back of the long line of people chanting about love and justice as they stood in the street in front of the yard of the man who allegedly shot Ralph. I'm just here to show my gratitude for all the love and support, said Yarl, who traveled to Kansas City from Indianapolis after the shooting. So many people showed up Sunday because Yarl said what happened was obviously wrong. Ralph was asked by his parent to pick up his brothers from an address on 115th and Terrace, according to the family and a statement from the Kansas City Police Department. Instead, he went to a residence in the 1100 block or 115th Street. Family said a man at the house opened the door, saw Ralph, and shot him in the head. Damn. When Ralph fell to the ground, the family said the man shot him again. Damn. Ralph got up and ran from the property, but he had to ask if 3 different homes before someone helped him. Family added, Kansas City police officers said they responded to around 10 o'clock. Graves said Sunday that the homeowner who allegedly shot Ralph after the teen arrived at the wrong house was taken into custody Thursday and placed on a 24-hour hold. In order to arrest someone, Graves said law enforcement needs a formal victim statement, forensic evidence, and other information for a case file to be completed. Because of the teen's injuries, Graves said police haven't been able to get a victim statement yet. Wow. Yarl said he hasn't had the chance to talk to the prosecutor's office, but he is hoping for answers soon. Justice is the key. I guess the same reason why most people are here. Justice, peace. I'm with them. I don't want anything special. I just want justice. In the meantime, the family remains focused on Ralph's healing. Ralph's aunt, Faith Spoon Moore, started a GoFundMe on Sunday to raise money for Ralph's medical bills and other expenses. Even though he is doing well physically, he has a long road ahead mentally and emotionally. She wrote on the online fundraiser before joining Sunday's protest. The family will be represented by Ben Crump, race hustler at that he is a civil rights attorney who represented families in several high-profile cases, including Trayvon Martin and Michael Brown, as well as Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and George Floyd. They also will be represented by Lee Merritt, a Texas-based civil rights attorney who has previously represented the family of Cameron Lamb, who was fatally shot by Kansas City Police Department Detective Eric DeValcanier. I don't know how to pronounce his name. As protesters chanted and prayed in front of the home where Ralph was shot, some neighbors joined in the demonstration while others watched from their porches or lawn chairs. "Get out of the yard," someone shouted as the crowd swelled on the street in front of the home where the shooting happened. It goes on to say that the road is public property, lawns are not. That over there is a lot of hate, Spoonmore told Sunday's crowd in the response to the comment, before looking over those encircling her and saying, "This is not," or "This is a lot of love." Ralph was shot in the Northland, a name for the Kansas City neighborhoods north of the Missouri River, whose voters tend to be more conservative than in other parts of the city limits. Police have not identified the shooter or race. They said that they are still investigating whether the shooting was racially motivated. Let me continue to read it real quick. Councilman Kevin O'Neill, district at large, joined the crowd at the protest Sunday. He was among many Northlanders there. He said, while he doesn't yet know all the facts, the whole situation is still sad and seems like poor judgment. "I hate that the Northland always seems to get labeled, and this isn't who the Northland is." He said the Northland is often seen as a bastion of white, but he said Sunday's turnout, which included people of all races, ages, and backgrounds, truly represents the increasing diversity of the Northland. He said it's filled with many cultures and religions. People look at things and just make their visions what they want to. But that is not what it is. We've got some great people in Northland. He noted that they appear to be cameras on the outside of the property. So he's hoping there will eventually be definitive proof of what happened. Let me see here. In my opinion, with this case, give me a second, be brave and think. In my opinion, with this case, we got to get all the facts first before we get all, not me, I'm not emotional, but before we get all emotional. I don't believe that this was racially motivated just based on what I'm reading. Now, if it comes out that the neighbor was a staunch neo-Nazi who had a plan to kill blacks, then yes. But what it looks like it is a trigger-happy resident who would have shot anybody, if you ask me. Now, I could always say that there's crimes in democratic cities. Crime is through the roof. I'm tired of this narrative that Whitey is hunting down Blackie. That ain't the truth. And I feel like that's what a lot of these articles are about. Oh, here goes a shooting with a black kid. It's a white person. But in major cities, Democratic ran cities with blacks, it is blacks gunning each other down in astronomical numbers. His family, and again, this is a 16-year-old boy, so I'm not going to go in because he's a good kid. Stanford, he wanted to be a chemical engineer, still can be. He's a good kid. They left that shithole Liberia, black on black, to come here. For obvious reasons. It's safe here in America compared to Liberia. Salute to you, by the way, Gway. You do come from a shithole, but nevertheless, you and I both know what goes on in Liberia. Liberia had a civil war just 25 years ago with Charles Taylor. Negroes in jail right now for life. He was a monster. But stop with this sensationalism of racism. It's not. This case, though tragic, represents a very small, literally a very small problem. I wouldn't even call it a problem, but hopefully this kid recovers very fast And I'm rooting for this kid, actually. Let's see here. What's going on, man? What say you about the bugs, sir? Or will you be eating bugs? You're on mute, sir. You're on mute. You're on mute.
How's that? Yeah?
Sounds good. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I have something certainly to say about the eating bugs, but there's two things I want to quickly talk about, very quickly. The gut-filled libertarian smart aleck. I heard you swearing. Can we swear today?
Just no F-bombs. You know,
Okay.
ass, damn. That's good.
Okay. So the libertarian smartass, and that's all I call libertarians because they rely on stupid dream talk. But you notice Mr. Brave was talking about cultural appropriation, and he said in referring to cultural appropriation, he referred to the sombrero. Now, we all know damn well that when it comes to complaints of cultural appropriation, no, but Mexican, Spanish are not complaining about Americans wearing sombreros. It's blacks. It's blacks that are complaining about cultural appropriation. Yeah. Did that chicken shit bastard say that?
No.
No.
And I want to point out to the people real quick that the sombrero
is a Mexican hat.
The sombrero actually is Spanish from Spain.
Right.
People forget that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir. You got the.
But he didn't. But the reality of cultural appropriation complaints that are silly come from blacks. He was afraid of that, folks. Damn it.
Go ahead.
Okay. So he didn't say it, and that's why. That's why I'm saying these people who get in these positions, you can't listen to any damn thing they say because they're still limited by who's trying to feed us bugs. Number two. The redhead Mr. Badass, who thought he was funny. I got it for about 3 seconds, then it got old as shit. So he was talking about, in the end, didn't he tell somebody to perform oral sex on him?
Yeah, he did.
Yes. That's okay. Where did that come from? How did that gradually speak into anything? I've never once asked another man out of my anger to perform oral sex on me in street terms. Because it's nasty. I don't want a man to do it. I don't want to think about doing it. And I ain't going to do it and don't want a man to do it. But you notice how common men say that among each other? How common is it? Very common.
I wouldn't know. Go ahead.
Oh, you hear men say it all the time.
I don't. Maybe in the internet, but never in real life because I'm not a
right. Yeah, and that's because you hang around more educated people than I do. Yeah. I'm in the factories and warehouses, and when I hear it, I'm saying, do you have a gay tendency you're not telling us about that you can even say that? And I ask many a men that, and I'm serious. I want to know if you can ask that of another man. You might want to look into where you're about, Mr. Badass, Macho Man, because I can't even say it. Have you ever asked another man to do that?
I don't think so.
No, chaotic. Because men that are well-reasoned don't go around saying that. Because it's nasty, number one. Number two, it's gross. Now, on to the eating insects. Folks, what they're doing, and I'm telling you this, is they're couching carbon emissions, which is why they're saying we're going to get to eating insects. They're couching carbon emissions, or they're couching, I should say, resource exhaustion in carbon emissions. They're not telling the planet we're running out of natural resources. They can't. They can't do it. It just wouldn't make sense politically. From the global power standpoint, it wouldn't make any sense to do that. So they give us this hodgepodge nonsense of, well, it's the carbon emissions. We got to watch the carbon footprint, and that's why the carbon emissions come up. And as far as eating insects, I think that they go clear from eating meat to eating insects. These stars are. Who are the stars employed by? The global corporate machine, and I don't call them any group, but these stars are employed by the elite. Folks, if we're running out of natural resources, they could be informing us because, as you stated, chaotic, a lot of it is predictive behavior placement.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit.
Yes, and you did that very well.
Thank you.
What they're doing is they're getting us to understand that things aren't going to be the same in the future. So I mean, we can laugh at this, And we can go, well, in Africa, if they want a bug, they'd rather have a burger. Oh, no kidding. Oh, who would have thought that? Gosh, thanks for telling me that. I thought they really would rather eat the bugs. So those stupid ass things like that. But I'm telling you, here's what's going on. We're running out of natural resources. Nobody can deny it. People don't even look into it. The nonsense about innovation. We're going to mine the moon. We're going to mine Mars. We're going to mine an asteroid. Right.
You don't believe that? You don't believe that?
Well, think about it. We're digging up the resources. We're extracting resources. We're harvesting timber at the rate we're doing it on Earth to have the world economy. And you think that what are they going to do? Fly dump trucks to Mars to mine with? You're going to land on an asteroid and pick it while it's flying through the air, and as it gets further and further away, then launch off of the asteroid and bring a truckload of resources back in what, a rocket that can barely carry itself?
Who's to say that won't be a possibility, though, sir?
I'm saying it doesn't seem likely. So what I'm saying is right now it's so unlikely and it's so absurd to think of it, and I'm not saying that it's an impossibility. I almost am, but not quite. I'm saying it's so unlikely at this point for us reversing the economy that's going to result from the lack of natural resources that it's absurd. You're not going to replace what we got now. The explosive power of oil as an energy has created a monstrous economy. That oil, the energy that we get from hydrocarbons, is people aren't even calculating it when they're talking about replacing this energy with silly stuff like biomass.
But the replacement for oil, and assuming that oil will eventually run out, the replacement will more than likely be fusion technology.
The fusion technology. Oh, I'm sorry.
No. We'll say you.
Okay.
No,
the fusion technology is so far out of reach. It takes such heat. You listen to the scientists what they're saying. Unless they're lying to us, chaotic all over the science. The scientists are saying the fusion technology is nice because they can actually pull it off in micro circumstances. You're talking about powering the replacement of hydrocarbons. That's what the scientists say is magical thing. They call it that. They say fusion could be if we can get the source of energy to create the fusion. You got to have the energy to create the fusion, and that's the problem. Because again, fusion don't happen out of nowhere. It's energy to create it. So the whole thing is, if you're looking at the size of the Earth, and you're looking at 8,000 in diameter, 24,000 in circumference, and go look at mining operations. Go look at them. They're amazing. I mean, they're scary. Go look at Alberta tar sands digging that junk out of the earth. We wouldn't be if we weren't running out of oil. They wouldn't be digging at 200 feet of earth away and extracting sludge with vast quantities of fresh water. Folks, we're running out of natural resources, and so I'm just saying that in the end, when they're talking about eating insects, my question would be like, can't we just if we get really hard, if it's hard to produce meat for 8 billion people on the planet? Oh, did I mention when I have economic theories, I include 8 billion people? I'm sorry. Sorry, libertarians. Sorry, conservatives. I don't stop at 330 silly-ass, filthy, stingy Americans when I create economic theories. I consider 8 billion people in on some of it. Or it's a foul-ass, theft, evil, immoral economic system that goes and extracts natural resources from third world countries while not letting the third worlders in on any of that wealth at all. Now, am I a preacher? I think I was, because I'm talking morality here. You conservatives that say go get them resources and live this magnificent life because of how cheap we got those resources, you are some foul-ass creatures, man. And I ain't saying that lightly. You are some disgusting pieces of human shit. Because you're not taking into account how filthy people in the third world live when they're standing right on the stuff that we need to be paying them more money for. So the whole thing of natural resources is the joke on mankind. God placed all the natural resources needed for any industrial country all around the planet. So, so he tricked us. He said, humans are going to get along, or you will forever do warfare. Because if you need a world government to distribute natural resources equally around the planet. If you had sovereign states going after natural resources everywhere, you would have nothing but wars. So that's why I'm saying that the insects, they're telling us, might be a little more inescapable than we're thinking. If things go forward. So that's another thing conservatives never consider. They always talk about the new innovative economies, and I'm going,
I got them doing right now. Yeah.
Yeah. So did you ever think, so the conservatives, you never hear them mention the fact that, we may not ever be able to get back to any real standard of living that we've had. See, that's a no-no for them. Oh no, you mean families may have to live in much smaller homes? Have to live in much smaller homes? You mean we don't get to everybody just go out and consume till our brains fall out? And the other funny thing is, well, you just if you work hard and you consume and you become wealthier, that all of a sudden we should all do that. I'm going, right. 330 million people burning up more resources. Now let's take the other 7 billion, 500 million other people in the third world. Let's get them in, Mr. Conservative. Now where are we going to get the resources? We are delusional. And we are collectively delusional.
Okay, real quick. What do you think about that boy, 16 years old? Unfortunately, he was shot going to the wrong home, looking for his siblings that were being babysat. What do you think about that story? I talked about that. What do you think about that?
The boy that went to his home and he was looking for his siblings, who shot him? Did you say it was?
His mother had told him that his siblings were being babysat in the neighborhood at a home.
Yes.
He went to the wrong address, and the homeowner of that address shot him. The kid is in critical condition. I believe that he will survive. But the kid is a good kid. 16 years old, good kid. What say you about that? So they're trying to make it into a racial. They haven't released the race of the shooter.
Yeah.
More than likely, the shooter was white. But the family has hired Ben Crump. They've done a little protest at the resident's home, at the shooter's home. I gave my spiel on it. I believe that, again, they're trying to make this a racist incident. We don't have the facts or the evidence yet. But what say you about this shooting? Go ahead, sir.
Well, tell me what city it was in.
Kansas City, Missouri.
Big old city.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's the funny part, black folks. Do you know who's doing all the crime in this inner city of Kansas City?
That's what I said, too.
Did you say that? I was probably out in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And yes, that never gets mentioned when we say a black man getting shot accidentally. If you recall, I don't expect you to, but I said 1,000 times through the years that the decent black folks are going to suffer the most from this inner city idiots tearing up the cities, because you are going to be judged. That kid, he probably thought he was just some thug. Why chance it? Why chance it?
The homeowner thought it was just some thug.
Yes, and it's very right to be that suspicious, considering the facts of the inner city. You have to. Nobody gets around this. A black man walks up to my door, and if it was in a,
it was at night too. It was like 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Oh yeah. See, and there won't be a damn word mentioned about why that person was suspicious. It's all going to be, I hate blacks. That's just all there is to it.
So let me get this straight. You believe that there is so much crime in Kansas City, Missouri, committed by blacks, right?
Blacks, yes.
That the homeowner, probably a decent guy, he saw this. It's 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night, which is late relatively to a lot of people. This kid, we don't know how big he is, how tall he is. It's dark. The guy saw a black kid open the door. Boom! Are you telling me that it was rational for this homeowner, who probably was white, to shoot this kid and shoot him again? They said he shot him twice while the kid was on the ground. All because he has this perception that blacks are acting a fool because what is in the media and what is actually happening in Kansas City. in terms of violent crime. Is that what you're saying?
Do we know if the kid knocked, or did he just open the door as if he was welcome?
I don't know whether the kid knocked, but I'm assuming that he did. There's only obviously fragmented information so far. I can only what I've read. There are cameras, so we will all see that eventually. But I'm assuming the kid knocked. Well,
if his mother told him to go get the children, there's a good chance that they all knew everybody, so he might have thought he could just walk in. That's what. If that happened, okay, the white homeowner. Sorry, kid. Thank your black brothers in the city that's knocking shops over, shooting people, carjacking, and doing all sorts of manner of violence to strangers. Thank them. Don't get mad at people that are going, wait, we've had enough. And Kansas City, hell, it's all across the nation, CT. It's all across the nation. Pick a city, and you'll have blacks tearing it up on the inner city with violent crime against strangers. So when he shot him on the ground, I'm thinking the kid, I bet he was big. I bet he was.
I don't know if he was big or not. He's a Liberian kid. He looked about skinny. I mean, Liberians are typically.
Well, I just meant kind of like manly size.
Oh, like tall. He probably was. Probably a tall, maybe 5'10", maybe. I don't know.
It's a horrible thing. And I would say it's a very horrible thing. And I, as a person, contrary to what my door barricade says, I'm not going to shoot somebody that knocks at my door. I will not answer the door until they explain what you're doing there. If it's a black man, if I lived in an area like that, actually, actually, I'm getting to where I'm just like asking first, yeah, what's up, before I even open the door. As I get older, but no, it's a horrible thing, but what will be horribly worse, the worst part about it, what will be overlooked, is why people feel this way about young black men. See, if we're not confronting that, they can just play this shit all out until the cows come home. And you know what happens? Your brave, wonderful libertarians like Gutfield doesn't say anything other than sombreros.
Now, Justin in the chat has a question for you. He asks, racist white people get a shooting pass because hood people commit crimes. Go ahead, sir.
Ain't that weird?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, because if one race is doing all of the violent crime in the city, almost all of it, you have a right to isolate that reality and that statistic for self-preservation. If you come into an area that's mixed, of course, that guy probably wouldn't have quite his antennas up. But if it's a neighborhood that's predominantly white, and all the violent crime in the inner city, because the guy's from Kansas City, is being done by one group, when a member of that group comes up to your door out of nowhere, I think it was overdone. I'm not saying it was justifiable shooting, but I'm saying until we get to this notion of the right to self-preservation that stems from the reality of violent crimes being done by blacks, we're not going to get anywhere, and it's just going to keep looking like we whites, we just want to shoot blacks for no reason. Bastards, chicken shit bastards. And again, the Gutfield's answer to that. That's very profound what I said. He said the sombrero. He didn't say black people, did he? There's no challenge.
Be brave. Recently, I've been walking. I don't want to, give a location of myself. I've been walking, blazer and everything on, and recently, white people will literally cross the street now. Go ahead.
I would too.
Blazer everything on, and it didn't really happen before. But
remember,
it's even happened to me lately. What do you think about that?
That's because white people are learning the statistics more and more as the time goes on. It's becoming more and more obvious who's doing it. Why wouldn't, if thugs get recognized, why wouldn't they change their clothing? I don't care who you are. You put on a suit, that don't mean you still won't shoot somebody and take his $20. If you moved into my neighborhood in a blazer, I told you, Casey, CT, I would keep my eye on every move a black man made. I don't care. I don't care. It's like it's that destruction of that small percent, and then, as I said, it's the other 70% that apologize and make excuses that is doing even worse damage, almost, than the damn people that are actually pulling the triggers and carjacking.
When's the last time you said the N-word? Keep it real.
When I said it on here. N-word ER or N-word AA.
I don't think
GA.
you ever said the ER. I think you said the A
No.
word.
Yes, I did. I told you I said the ER 5 years ago when I tuned in to Jason Black and Tariq Nasheed. That's when I said, you dirty, filthy, goddamn.
But anyway, 651 Mitt, what say you, sir, about the whole left individuals from the left promoting bug eating? Or do you like that kind of stuff? So you're from Florida, right? Yeah, you guys, alligator eating, lizard eating. So you guys might actually eat bugs. I don't know. But go ahead. So you're on mute. Go ahead.
Oh, good evening, CT and Brave. I want to I just want to comment on the young kid that was shot. Was he just knocking on the door and he just came out shooting?
Yeah. So according to the story, his mom, Liberian immigrant, she probably, I gotta admit, these women, they work nonstop. She told him to pick up your brothers and sisters at this specific address. I don't know how the address got wrong, whether the kid went to the wrong address. I don't know. But the kid, good kid, he knocked on the door. Well, I don't know if he knocked. Be Brave might be right. The kid may have thought that, okay, well, my siblings are in there, I can just open the door. And maybe that's why the white guy, or I don't know if he was a white guy, they haven't released the race yet. More than likely, he probably did look like Be Brave and Think, by the way. But anyway, I'm just playing.
No, you go ahead.
He could have been a black dude. We don't know. We could have been an Asian. I don't know. But the guy shot him in the head, and while the kid was on the ground, shot him again. Just based on that information, I have a slight bit of a problem with that because I feel like I can understand, you may get startled. Who are you? But I feel like, it's hard, man, because I feel like people nowadays are just trigger happy because there's so much going on. And Be Brave is right to an extent. There's a lot of, hey, man, in the media, and if I go out in public, I do see a lot of black youth acting like animals. So Be Brave to a degree is right.
And they are also very trigger happy.
Does he sound like the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan? Yeah, but is the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan wrong, though? I mean, but what say you, Mitt, about that, though?
Well, in Florida, we shoot in Florida. Everybody got a gun. I was just curious, like, did the kid knock on the door and he just shot, or he knocked on the glass and shot?
There's no confirmation whether he knocked on it and shot or just walked in and got shot. There's no confirmation on that yet.
Okay, because this is the first time I'm hearing about it. I'm just curious. I was doing my research, trying to do my Google and do my research. I'm like, damn, did the young man just knock on the door and the guy just shot? Like, and then shot him again. I mean, reckless use of a firearm. But at the same time, if the kid walked into his house, I don't know Kansas City gun laws, but I think that was a little extreme. And thank God thank God the kid not gonna die. But wow, man.
Yeah.
I guess I just want to call in on that. I don't eat bugs. I have tried alligator.
Alligator's good. Alligator's real good. Yeah.
Tastes like chicken. And
very meaty. Oh, yeah.
And that is it. Great show. I've been watching the show. I even got some of my coworkers watching the show now, so they find you funny. So
they do. Thank you.
So I'm just gonna continue watching, but can you keep me updated on that? Because I'm curious to see what happened. Like,
I actually want to call down there and figure out what happened. So I want to get more information on that because this is a situation and Be Brave has been saying this. The good people, black people particularly, are gonna start being what did you say it, Big Brave? Victims of what's going on with the degenerates. I gotta say, Be Brave has been saying that because, like I said, kid is a good kid, wants to be a chemical engineer. He's studying. He's a part of band. He's a musician. He's loved by his peers, and because of perception, the guy who shot him probably just thought he was just hey man, this kid could be one of these kids I see in Chicago looting and acting a fool, carjacking. I don't know, but I feel like Be Brave. That's a bit of a rush to conclusion, though.
No,
I don't think every white person is a damn neo-Nazi, even though that is 0.0001% of the white race. However, white neo-Nazis don't commit a lot of street crime either.
So even if they're not neo-Nazi nuts, they're still.
But at the same time, you got to be responsible with a firearm, just like law enforcement. You just can't assume someone, you see someone that so-called look thuggish, white or black or Hispanic. You can't assume and just pull out your gun. I mean,
no, you
yes,
can't.
It's a split second. Yes, you have your rights, but if everyone was like that, I mean, this would be Baghdad or Iraq. I mean, you can't do that. I mean, yes, let's take for granted if the kid walked in, in the door, he reacted, but then he shot him again. Goddamn, you shot him one time and then you shoot him again. Like, you got to de-escalate. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So that's why I'm like thinking, okay, you shot him one time, you can say, hey, oh, he walked through my door. I just woke and he started me. And then you turn around and shoot him again. Come on, bro. Come on.
Yeah, that was a bit.
I'm all for firearm, but at the same time, a lot of people want to own a firearm. Everybody want their firearm right, but when you own a firearm, it come with responsibility. It come with discipline. You can't just have a firearm and be ready to shoot and ready to kill. That's not what it's for. It's to protect yourself. If it's to protect yourself, and you have the right to stay on the ground. And for hunting, or if you want to collect, but you have to be responsible when you come on the firearm. That's all I got to say before the show.
We all understand that 651. There's nobody that listens to Chaotic that don't understand the responsibility that comes with owning a firearm. There's no need to even say it. The question is what did the kid knock? Did he not knock? And the saddest part about all this. Now we all know this white man. Now he could be complete damn rabid crazy and just wanted to kill a black man. I'm not saying that's an impossibility.
There's a possibility.
Yes, yeah. And I'm not saying that's an impossibility. Yeah. But what I'm saying, for the most part, my money says he was going off previous behavior of these kids, and they're killing people. These kids aren't playing games. They're shooting people dead over a $20 bill or a car.
And not to mention not being prosecuted.
So, and so unless they murder, they get close to it. But they'll damn near break somebody's back in the hospital for 5 weeks. The one little lady was paralyzed, and carjackings. There's no, even if a person, it's an attack and they don't get anything out of it but a misdemeanor and get let go on their own recognizance. So the whole thing is what we're gonna miss on this, and we always miss, is when a white man loses his damn mind. I'll bet I'm saying there's a reason for it, and we better look into what's happening in the inner cities that cause white people now to go out of their damn minds. Because I'm just saying, if you look at the realities, blacks are 10 times more likely to attack whites than whites are to attack blacks. And with extreme violence now in the cities. So if a guy's a rabid killer, could be.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, lately I've noticed it. It's like the second time this happened. I'm walking, nice blazer on. It was like 3 old whites. They crossed that damn street as soon as they saw me. I was like, huh? And like you said, maybe, hey man, they not taking no chances, Be Brave.
Right.
Yeah.
What type of city, what type of neighborhood he lived in? Was it like a urban suburbs? Like
probably a mixed suburb, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Which means among the population, there could be many in that mixed neighborhood that are the type to go into the city in threes, carjack somebody, shoot them and kill them. They're mixed in that mixed neighborhood. Your mixed neighborhoods that are middle class are now full of very violent thugs now. They're not all living in high rises, folks. Get over that shit.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
No, I'm out. I got to go back to work. Y'all have a blessed day.
Yep. Thank you so much, man. Let's see here. I had another story to talk about real quick. I got a few stories, actually. Pizza delivered to wrong Detroit house leads to shootout that injured 5, including 2 teens. A pizza delivery to the wrong Detroit house led to a shootout Thursday night. Sources say a pizza was ordered to a home on Penrod near Schoolcraft in Southfield Freeway. However, that pizza was delivered to the wrong house, and the people who got the errant delivery ate the food. When the people who ordered the pizza confronted the neighbors who ate the pizza, yelling turned to gunfire. Mind you, this is over pizza, by the way. As many as 30 rounds were fired during the fight, and 5 people, including 2 14-year-old boys, were shot. One of the teens was shot in the abdomen, while the other was struck in the face. A 31-year-old man was shot in the face, neck, and leg, and a 32-year-old man was shot in the leg, and an 18-year-old man was shot in the hand. Oh, wow. All victims are listed as stable. We had parents showing up in tears, not knowing if their child was safe, said Quincy Smith with Ceasefire Detroit. The community needs to understand that this isn't normal. We shouldn't get used to hearing a 14-year-old is dead, a 14-year-old got killed, a 14-year-old got shot. 10 people were taken into custody, including several teens at the scene. All but one man was released. Police say one of the victims who was shot may have been the shooter. What say you about this pizza gone bad? Go ahead, sir.
They say it shouldn't become commonplace, and I hate to break it to them, it has.
What do you mean?
Look, there's 2 content creators that have videos after videos after videos of blacks killing other blacks and whites.
How do we know these are blacks now? Wait a minute. Now you
because of the behavior. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh no. You ain't seen no white hillbillies shoot each other over a dumb pizza. They can be the dumbest damn hillbillies on the planet, chaotic. They're not gonna pull out guns and kill each other. I mean, come on.
Go ahead, man. You got the
so the point is, what's funny, I mean, it's not funny, strange, is these people keep saying the same thing. Nobody's really saying, folks, there's a small percentage of blacks that are now tearing apart the American culture in various ways, and look how fast they shoot somebody and will take a life without feeling any remorse. Now, number one, that means there's a lot of, you know what is lacking in low IQ people? Empathy. No. You can't be intelligent and pull a gun out for eating a pizza. You're lacking brains. I don't give a shit who, where, or what.
It is Detroit. Now, respectfully, there's a large Arab population. What if these were Arabs that got into this gun battle over pizza?
It would be a rarity. It would be so rare. It would just be something for the history books. Okay, now, what if it was a black person that did this? Okay, go ahead. Everybody says normal. Yeah, who do you think did it when the story rises? Everybody says blacks, young blacks. Chaotic. These young blacks have no empathy. A lot of them with low IQs have no empathy. I hate to break it to you. They can't conceive that you just took a human for the rest of that human's life and you just destroyed that whole family's love for that human. None of that matters because they don't care. Because they can't conceive of the pain. They're just living for their immediate gratification, which low IQ people do.
What do you think happened here? I mean, I know you say that they have low IQs, but what do you think happened in this scene? Like, they went over there, they said, hey, did y'all get our pizza? How do you think this played out? Go ahead.
They said, did you get our pizza? And the people that ate the pizza probably said, well, it was delivered here, so in street slang, it delivered here, so screw off, we ate it. Rather than just say, oh, we're sorry, or how about this? We didn't order a pizza, sir. No, they took it. They took it in. They could have said, we didn't order the pizza, sir. So the other blacks come over. We don't know if they're blacks, folks. See if he's right. So the other people come over, and they start fussing, and then the egos come into it because the ego of the low IQ is very, very fragile. It's the only thing they have to live by is their ego. And they said, would you say to me? Off it went.
HB2N says that Papa John's garlic sauce is to kill for. Yeah. HB, let me ask you a question. Do you feel like the sauce at Papa John's was better in the 90s as compared to now? I felt like in the 90s, the sauce was a little bit better. I feel like a lot of food quality has fallen off. Like, I remember when Chipotle came out years ago, man. It was so good. Now Chipotle tastes like utter shit. Okay, so you said that them shooting over this pizza was indicative of their IQ level. That's what you said, correct?
Yes, I'm sure of it. I don't care if there was a genius among them. The low IQ is what took that whole scene and turned it into a death camp. It was
So they came over there.
low IQ participants.
So they came over there. They saw the dudes eating the pizza. They said, "Yo, man, we just ordered some pizza. That's my pizza." They said, "Hey, man, get the F off my yard." And you say they both both parties got to shooting at each other. Pop, pop.
I don't know if both parties were shooting. I don't know that. All I'm saying it was over a damn pizza. God damn it! You don't see white people doing that shit. It ain't happening.
Oh,
yeah. Hell, even if a couple of the dudes got in a duke out, that'd be the least.
Whites, let me get this straight. Wait a minute. Now, are you saying that whites don't shoot each other over nonsensical issues?
No, I didn't say that. Okay. Not over pizza. I said whites will shoot. You hear all the time a husband killing a wife because she didn't adhere to his demands. I ain't saying whites ain't crazy. I'm saying it's done domestically. Outside in the public, we do not carry insanity into the public. That's why white. That's what I'm saying, and I'm sticking by it.
Okay. Speaking of that, be brave, and thank you so much for calling in, man.
Oh, yeah.
I want to get your opinion on this. This is made frontline news for the past few days. I spoke about it briefly yesterday, but I feel like since you're up here, you are the resident white on the panel right now. It says hundreds of teenagers flood into downtown Chicago, smashing car windows, prompting a police response. Hundreds of teenagers flooded into downtown Chicago on Saturday night, smashing car windows, trying to get into Millennium Park, then prompting a major police response. At least one person in a car was attacked. Shots were fired near the corner of Madison and Michigan. And Fox 32 Chicago decided that it was unsafe to keep our news crews on the scene. Imagine that real quick, that you have places where the news journalists will go to war-torn countries. Think about how crazy this is for a minute. I'm going to bring you back on the screen in a minute. Now, that's insane. The news station said, "Hey, it's too crazy here. We got to get up out of here." News journalists will be on the front lines in the Afghanistan, the Iraqi war, etc. And it's so dangerous in Chicago that they say, "Hey, man, we got to get the hell up out of here." But let me keep reading this real quick. The article goes on to say that the crowd was trying to get into Millennium Park, but there are checkpoints around the perimeter, and people under 21 are not allowed without an adult. Video posted on social media shows people standing on top of a CTA bus and dancing. The CTA said that some service through the downtown area was disrupted on Saturday night because of police activity. Chicago police said 9 adults and 6 juveniles were arrested. Most were charged with reckless conduct, not a bad charge. Get that dropped. A 16-year-old boy was charged with unlawful use of a weapon, and 2 people were charged with possession of a stolen vehicle. Everyone is welcome and encouraged to enjoy all of Chicago has to offer, including the popular downtown area, but criminal activity will never be tolerated. Police said in a statement, those engaged in criminal activity will be arrested and held accountable. This is the second time this weekend that a group of rowdy teenagers has prompted a police response. On Friday night, hundreds of kids went to 31st Avenue Beach, and a 14-year-old was shot. Here goes some of the video footage. Check this out. What is this? Hold on for a second.
Chaos on the streets of Chicago over the weekend with large groups gathering downtown. Joni has more now on how local leaders are responding.
Chicago police have been directed to strategize how they're going to deal with incidents like this as summer approaches. Teens were shot, a 16-year-old in the arm, a 17-year-old in the leg, both taken to Northwestern Hospital. Police were trying to respond and escort people to safety, but drivers were trapped, and one woman told our Dane Placco that her husband was driving their car and he was beaten.
Their windows down, and the guys put in their face like,
You were hitting him in the face?
So my car is like that.
How's your husband? Is he okay?
I don't know.
I'm from Chicago, and I understand kids having a good time, but it's definitely bad parenting. We have to do better as parents. Our kids should not be out here. Where are their parents at? That's my question. Why aren't they asking where their kids are at right now? Are they tracking them? Do they see his behavior? This could easily be something very, very terrible.
There were numerous statements issued by elected leaders. Mayor Lori Lightfoot said that parents need to be responsible for their children. Mayor-elect Brandon Johnson said it is not productive to demonize the youth. Also on Friday, a 14-year-old was shot at 31st Street Beach. Joni Lum, Fox 32, Chicago.
Okay, Joni, thank you.
So, Be Brave, what say you about this, sir?
Do you remember when white kids used to tear up city streets after a game? I do.
Okay.
Do you recall it?
Well, I never recalled kids. I recalled white.
Well, no, they were.
men.
Well, okay, yeah, man, I'll go for that.
Yeah.
21,
Yeah.
20.
Yeah. You know.
Yeah, they tore. Okay. So they never hurt any humans. They tore up the streets, and I'll tell you what white people said about them. They didn't say, "Where are the parents?" They said, "Shoot the bastards." That's how we feel. You got crowds in the street tearing up something, we say, "Shoot them." We don't care whose kids they are. Take care of that problem. That's why it stopped, probably. First of all, and they didn't hurt anybody. Second of all, the lady says the old rundown.
Is dead, and another is hurt after an attempted car.
The old rundown. Where are the parents? See, people say that, and then they see. That's a very good question, but they stop like, well, I said something that counts. No, you didn't say shit that counts. Let's really find out where the parents are. Let's really find out what's going on with this small percentage of people that will go crazy like this. And you'll see that it's not about parenting. It's about people that are evil. They have made themselves into evil people. Kids.
Because it says hoses and German shepherds for the crowd. What say you, sir? Do you agree with that?
Oh yes, whatever it takes. And the violent ones, oh yeah, hoses. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I don't care what color they are. You're tearing up cars. You're threatening people on the street. It wouldn't bother me if the police rolled in and caught a group of, whether they're white or black, if the whites were doing it. If reaching into a car and beating somebody, an innocent bystander, it wouldn't bother me if the police rolled up and clubbed them so bad they damn near died. But of course, that's not allowed. So you can't touch these young men. So I'm telling you, this is obviously, as I've said before, an attack on the American culture. That's what this is. They're being allowed. They're being set up. They're being pursued. The social media that gathers these kids up is also seen by the police. They're watching it. They're looking social media in their cities. They're seeing what's on it. Something is not right that this is occurring now so regularly, and it'll happen more in the future, because what they saw in the beginning, and you've seen it all over the media, where 10 black people would smash into a jewelry store, or they'd just walk into any store and just completely take what they want. So the media is setting up the permission to do this. This is not something we're incapable of dealing with, folks. This is being allowed to happen, and our hands are being tied to stop it. And anybody that doesn't understand that, I get you. You're afraid of reality because it's very ugly. But the fact that I'm just amazed that we're just not allowed to speak of that little percentage of one group of people that are doing it all. That just blows my mind. I'll go to my grave saying that was an amazing feat that they kept the whole population of the United States were scared shitless to say these small percentage of blacks are wrecking the hell out of everything. Even the people that come on these panels, these white guys come on. That's why I come on so many times. I'd say, step aside, white boy. Let somebody say this, because they make me sick. Well, I don't want to say this, but I mean, shut your mouth. Get out of here. Let a man step in here. Because I'm not saying it bravely because I'm a man. I'm saying it because it just is what's supposed to be said.
Beak, once again, thank you for the Cash App. I did receive that. Beak says, I don't even want to know what freaky things go on in that bunker. Go ahead.
Well, if you need to think freaky things go on to ease your mind about what I'm saying, I understand that. When I speak of realities, CT, a lot of people are afraid of them. I'm not kidding you. This ain't kid stuff. They're so afraid of those realities that speaking of bunker, your psychological bunker is freaky, I bet. I bet you if I really went into your psychological bunker, sir, we'd find a lot of stuff that proves you to be nothing but a zombie. Go along, get along, zombie. I'm not one of them.
Little old lady bus driver who reamed out unruly kids, white kids, shocked by outpouring of support. I'm nobody. Uh, a former Ohio school bus driver, Buckeye, who went viral for shouting at a group of unruly children and subsequently resigned, said she is floored by the outpouring of support she has received, including more than $100,000 raised for her retirement. I'm nobody. I'm just a little old granny bus driver, and these people doing this for me is amazing. Jackie Miller told WBNS. A fellow Ohio resident, Jeff Grob, started a GoFundMe page for the bus driver to help her pay for some time off and for all the years of loyal, dedicated service. The GoFundMe page set at more than $116,000 as of Sunday. We've had some problems on our bus with our little kids who are 7 and 8, so I just saw this as an opportunity to bring light to the bigger problem. Grob, again, who started the page, who did not know Miller before the incident, told WBNS, we're small communities, but we are strong communities, and we're together. Video of Miller shouting at a group of students on a bus last month went viral, with Miller saying the kids acted out the minute they boarded the bus, and one student allegedly sprayed perfume that caused her to have a horrible asthma attack. I had to stop the bus and grab my inhaler and try to get my lungs to open up again, Miller previously told WKYC. I had all the kids open up all the windows. She said that a group of students on her bus would often act out and that she hit her breaking point. Goddamn. How much more do I expect? How much more do you expect me to effing take? Miller was heard saying at one point in the 2-minute clip. I'm sick of all this shit. I'm done with it. I'm going to start kicking some fucking serious ass. Miller said, do you hear me? My foot's going to be so far up your GD ass, it's going to dangle out of your GD nose. Oh, I got to watch this video. Okay, I didn't see the video, but let me watch this. Okay, hold on for a second. So this is a woman. Now, these are bad little white kids. Okay, give me a second. Let me play the video.
School, so she resigned. But now she's a legend, and she's got her own merch. A shop near Cleveland is selling T-shirts with one of Jackie's now famous lines. Look, my foot's going to be so far up your blank, I'm going to dangle from your nose. Now, if you buy the shirt, proceeds could go to Jackie so she can retire. So are you with the punks or are you Team Jackie? Let us know in the text. That famous school bus driver, Jackie Miller, joins me now. So, Jackie, for people who didn't understand the context here, what exactly were the kids on the bus doing that set you off like that?
It was a really challenging day right to begin with. As soon as the kids got on the bus, they started extreme, it was all kinds of disruptions, all kinds of, when this one boy was telephoning all his friends and letting their phones ring. And it's a major distraction for myself because I can't afford to take my eyes off the road so that I can get these kids where I need them to go. And when we got to the high school, one of the students had said that this young man was taking their mother's pictures off of Facebook and saying inappropriate things about their mother. And when I finally got to my first stop and dropped my first group of kids off, that's when he shouted that this student had sprayed perfume, which I'm extremely allergic to. And I stopped the bus and I went back there to see what was going on. And it just escalated from there because this young man had a look on his face, he had a smirk, thinking that all this was really funny, which it isn't. And that's when I snapped.
And you're just trying to get the kids home safely. It is all about safety. And this Maya, she sounds like a real problem.
This happened about a month ago. I have asthma, and I'm very allergic to certain perfumes and colognes. And the children know this because I inform them right at the beginning of the school year, please don't use perfume or cologne on the bus, which is school bus guidelines anyway. And she knew that this wasn't acceptable behavior on her part. And they all just thought it was hilarious, to try and, I guess, con the driver.
That's not good. Well, what's the name? What's the shirt say again? I forget.
Can I say it?
You can say it.
Okay. I'm going to shove my foot up your ass so far up your ass. I'm going to shove my foot so far up your ass, it's going to dangle out your nose.
All right. Well, if you want to support Jackie Miller, you can buy the shirt and you can help her retire. And listen, I understand kids. They're crazy. They'll drive you nuts, but you're just trying to do the safe thing. And stuff happens. Jackie, thank you very much. I would have been there too. We appreciate it. Stay safe out there.
Thank you.
Now, be brave. Those are white kids.
I know. 3 things. Ready?
Those are white kids.
I know.
Go ahead.
That footage should be clipped and used for complete social studies among people who think they want to get to the bottom of race relations. Did that woman look threatened when she was giving them kids hell? Did she look like she was in danger?
No.
Thank you very much. Now, you know how I knew they were white kids before you said it? Because she threatened them. You think that woman would have threatened a school bus full of black kids?
Are you out of your mind?
So this is what I'm saying. So this is like some sort of equivalent to what's going on in Black Decay. Now, there's another thing here. All white people supported her. Get them bastards. Get them. They weren't saying anything about anything. They weren't giving excuses for poverty. They said kick their ass. That's what all white people said. I'm sorry to get excited. God damn it, come on. This is a perfect footage. Everybody supported her. She felt good enough to threaten them. She got it on her t-shirt. She was standing over there giving them hell, and they didn't do anything. You have to take empirical evidence that the white race is still in control of itself, even with the little bastards that need straightened out.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's the white race for you. That's how it's supposed to go. She's supposed to feel comfortable standing over him saying, you little son of a itch. Not thinking her life's going to be threatened.
Okay. I will admit it's very dangerous to talk to black kids that way.
I believe it.
Parent to come up there, what the F you say to my kid?
Oh, and not the kids would have.
Yeah, and they would have probably knocked the white woman out.
The kids would have attacked her tenfold. 10 times. 10 of them would have attacked her.
Well, these were 7 and 8 year olds. I don't know if 7 or 8 year old black kids would have attacked.
Well, you seen the 8-year-old wailing on that little Spanish girl after that 14-year-old was wailing on her in the bus. He jumped right in. Dude. The 9-year-old.
Be bold and stink. What's going on, man? You're on mute. I muted you.
Hey, thank you so much, CT. Finally, you got somebody on here who's got the balls to really say what needs to be said. I mean, these little monkeys, you gotta treat them like the animals they are, and sometimes you gotta just cage them up. You know, I'm not talking about all black people, because there are about 4 or 5 black people that aren't just animals.
And if you keep me on with this guy, CT, I'm gonna say goodbye.
Oh, of course. Hey, listen, you got to talk, okay? Let me talk now, because I'm saying the truth. You just don't have the balls to say it, sir.
How about this? How about this? Be brave. You want me to put you in the back, and I'll bring you back up when he leaves?
Sure. Okay.
Okay. Just stay in the back, Be brave. I want to talk to you some more. All right, go ahead. Be bold and stink. Go ahead.
Yeah, these are all just crazy stories, and of course, you know, this never happens with the white hillbillies and in any white communities, really. I mean, sure, there's 1 or 2, or maybe a whole bunch, actually, statistically, but I don't care about statistics because I don't read books, and I don't need to. Here in my bug out shelter, I don't see any white people committing crimes, only black people.
Okay.
I wanted to tell you another thing, too, you were talking about eating insects?
Yeah, the liberals left. Actors and actresses are pushing this, eating insects, trying to normalize this, just like they have normalized almost every weird thing else. But go ahead.
Yeah, I just find it weird. I mean, when I eat, I usually eat out sex. So eating while you're in sex just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, who does that? You have sex, then you eat. I don't eat insects.
So let me ask you a question. What do you think about the Chicago riots?
Oh, I didn't even have to hear the story. I already knew what it was. Let me guess. A whole bunch of black people acting like crazy animals, correct?
Well, it's a lot of black kids. I don't know if they're acting like animals, but that's your opinion. But go ahead.
Listen. The truth is really hard for a lot of people to take, but unfortunately, I just say what needs to be said because nobody else has the balls to say stupid shit.
Okay. So let me ask you this: you don't think that white kids behave like this?
Oh no. I mean, anytime white people do something stupid, they do it in white people groups. They never do it outside in the community. They never have that either. So, I mean, I don't know. If you watch the news, I mean, do you see white people at these riots and stuff like that? Like, I'm sure you'll say something about Antifa or all the white liberals, but yeah, but I mean, other than that, I mean, of course there's some. We make up the majority of the population, so of course there's going to be a few. But in reality, we're the master race.
Whoa! Wait a minute. You're the master race.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're better than everybody at everything else. We invented everything. We actually even invented crime, even though we don't do it anymore because we've evolved. See?
So let me ask you this question: are you the master race by birth, or how does this work with you being the master race, supposedly?
Yeah. Hey, listen, I'm not gonna apologize for being white. I was born that way. I didn't have a choice. It was just luck of the draw for me, and I'm just more lucky than everybody else.
Okay, so when it comes to math, are whites the master race at math?
Yeah, I mean, in inventing it, right? I mean, we're the best at it. Are you going to say that the Chinese do it better? Okay, I mean, I can agree with you on that. I can agree with you, but we're still pretty damn good. Better than the black folks, that's for sure.
If you were at the airport and you hopped on a plane and you happened to see two pilots that were black and the stewardess were black, what would you do, sir?
I just wouldn't get on. Get on. I'd just stand back and look at those beautiful, well-bit, fine-looking black men from afar. And chances are the stewardess would be big, fat black girls because they're trying to destroy the gene pool.
Okay, can I ask you a question real quick? Can you name me a plane that was ever crashed where there was a black? Because there are black pilots, but can you name me an air flight that's ever been crashed by blacks?
I mean, what are you? I don't know what you're trying to ask. I mean, have there been one before? Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that a lot of people have this little joke, and I've heard this joke, and I thought it was funny. Oh, if it's a black pilot, I'm getting off. Well, I mean, last time I checked, most plane flights that have crashed have been white pilots.
I get, again, that's because there's so many white people. But honestly, I get what they're trying to say, because chances are he didn't get there because he's the best pilot. He got there because of affirmative action, and everybody knows what that's done to our country.
Wait a minute. Now hold on for a second. Are you saying that a person who trains to be a pilot gets to become a pilot by affirmative action? So you mean to tell me all these blacks? So you mean to tell me all these black people that are pilots that are flying commercial planes with 300 and 400 human beings on it, that is a affirmative action hiree with the lives of 400 people and tens of thousands of family members? Are you telling me that's affirmative action?
I mean, come on, it's common sense. You know that. I mean, they can't read, but they can fly a plane. Come on now, that's not logical, man. You got to use your common sense. That's what I always do, and it's always worked for me.
Okay. Let me see something real quick. Premium Fuel Only says, CT, that's some bad math. If it was more black pilots, there might be more plane crashes. Is that true? What do you think about this comment right here from Premium Fuel?
It's absolutely correct. It's exactly what I said. See, finally, you got some smart people in the chat, and finally got people up here who know what they're talking about. I mean, it's not their fault. People you know what the number one cause of low IQ is? It's not having a brain that does a lot.
Sir, would you ever want your daughter to date a black man?
Absolutely not. I'm sorry. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe if he's a nice guy and like really light skinned, then maybe. I mean, I'd like to look at him from afar, but I wouldn't want to be near him, and I definitely wouldn't want him near my bug out shelter.
Would you? Okay. Let me see something real quick. Oh, by the way, Smitty says what about the Tuskegee Airmen? Were they affirmative action pilots? Because they certainly helped save Europe. But go ahead.
Listen, I saw that movie, and I'm sure it was a good movie, but that's not reality. In reality, you know that they can't fly planes. Everybody knows that.
sir. Okay. How about this, sir? I want you to go into a VA or around military servicemen and say that around them. I would just love for you to say that around military veterans, sir. And I have a camera with you too.
Yeah, I'll tell you real quick.
Do you have good dental?
I'm sorry.
Do you have good dental?
I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Well,
I'll tell you this.
If you were to say that around actually military servicemen and women, they probably would knock your teeth out your mouth. But go ahead, though. You got the floor. Go ahead.
I'm not the toughest guy in the world, and I never claimed to be, but I will tell you that I say the same thing around everybody because it's just the truth. And I've been given, like, God told me the truth in my dreams, and that's why I know that I'm right. I'm always right, and I mean, it just is what it is. And if you don't understand the facts, then you just don't understand what I'm saying.
If you talk to God, why did God make black people?
To give us something to laugh at.
Really? Wow. Damn. And okay, go ahead. You got the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm not going to take up too much more of your time. I've got to get out of here because somebody was just walking by, and I got to use my binoculars on these fine-looking black men. But what I will say, real quick, is I love the show. I love that you got smart people on here, and I saw that you said it was who was it? Smitty who did that?
Yeah, Smitty. Yep.
All right. Well, tell him I said hello, and maybe stop watching so many movies. I digress, and my mic is muted.
Thank you so much, man. Positivity's coming your way. Wow. Good guy. Be brave and think, the bus driver. So you're saying that
I'm flattered that somebody feels the need to mock me like that. I am.
Hey, that's the best form of flattery.
It is. I mean, I am flattered. And my favorite point that he's brought up, I started out getting annoyed, but you know what I appreciated about this clown? He reiterated my point. Fine black man stuck with fat black women is destroying the gene pool. Fine black men all over the place stuck with fat black women by the large numbers. 80% of black women are fat. You're not getting away with that, black folks.
Okay.
Thanks for reiterating, sir.
Okay.
And thank you for mocking me. I'm impressed about myself. I've always known I kick ass, but just little things like that prove it. Go ahead. On the bus.
Yeah, the bus. Go ahead, sir. Yep.
So the bus.
Mm-hmm.
As again, take that, put it beside a black bus occurrence, which they're all over the place.
Okay.
Put that beside a black bus occurrence. And you will see. That's why I'm saying. Your previous panelist said, we're the master race. I'm not saying we're the master race. I'm saying at this time, we are the race that you have to pay attention to, because when we're gone, we're all in trouble. That's just where we're at.
Well,
and that bus proves it. That bus proves it. Put it beside a black bus occurrence.
Okay. And you would, okay, so let me ask you this. A black bus with 8 and 9 year olds. Are you telling me that, matter of fact, what would be the outcome if that would have been a black old lady saying, I'm going to stick my foot up your ass to the point where it'll come out through your nose hanging? Go ahead. What would happen?
If the kids did not physically attack her, they would have verbally attacked her viciously. Now, only 30 years ago, that black woman could stand up to them kids, and she could have got away with it.
Yeah,
that's how quickly it has deteriorated. That's why I don't play when I speak about what's going on in the race relations. This ain't fun. This ain't kid stuff, folks. We're kind of moving. This ain't Kansas anymore. We're moving pretty fast. Like Muhammad Ali says, watch it. We're moving pretty fast.
Okay.
That video proves it.
What would the parents have said to the black woman if the black woman would have said?
Well, they would have charged her with adult abuse on children. They would have said you were too rough. You would have said these are just kids and they wouldn't do anything. And none of the black community would have praised her. No, let me restate that. 70% of the black community would have gotten mad at her for jumping on them and taking control. The other 30% would have said, are you all crazy? See, there's always 30% of the black people, even though they're powerless and worthless in stopping black culture decline, there's still 30% that would stand up and go, come on, man, can't you let an adult take care of kids? 30% of the black race understands that. It's the 70%. It's the 70% that are insane and making babies by the numbers that are just dangerous because they shouldn't have.
Really?
Yeah. Because if they're silly enough to apologize for violent behavior, do you want them making kids?
No, me personally, no.
Thank
no,
you.
not at all.
That's all I'm
Not at all.
saying. All I'm going on. Actually, I kind of like that guy you had on because I know he was a caricature of me. But you know what? He did say it in a reinforcing way. It reinforced what I said. I don't think it erased what I said. I think it kind of almost reinforced, even though it's sickening and silly, because I can come on and in a very gentlemanly way defend everything I've ever said, meaning the mocking that he was doing was all true. What he was using to mock with was very true.
Oh, wow. Guys, please hit that like button. Salute to everybody in the chat. I'm up here with Be Brave and Think, which is up here.
And
go ahead.
Not only that, but this is why, I swear to you, CT, if you had me on with a black man that wanted to have some sort of a discussion or debate, I would be very well mannered. I would be. When it comes to small discussions on a panel, I'll get a little excited because you got a few minutes to make your point. I'm making this point. But if a black man came up and he wanted to really discuss what he thinks is the absurdity with which I speak, my point is this: where are they? You know why they're nowhere?
Go ahead.
Because they're afraid of reality, and I'm not playing. I'm not one of these stupid white boys that are afraid to say, sir, can I ask you a question, and to expect an answer for the question. Too many blacks, way too often, don't answer the question and go off on a tangent. Socrates died for asking questions. That's how you get to the bottom of things.
So let me ask you this question. Is that why I'm not liked generally amongst black people?
Oh, CT, you are one of the most valuable black people in America right now. I mean, I know there are. Where are they? Because the internet's wide, so there's a lot of black people saying what you're saying, but they're not saying it. They don't say it. Sometimes when you black out, you get it, and that's not what's being done. You got these. What do you call them? Black conservatives and Tatum O'Neal. I can't watch them. Because even though they're saying stuff about the black community, they're still sticking within the punk realm. You go out of the punk realm, so you kind of get street with it, and that's what you do very well. And so for that reason, I fully understand why you are not liked by black people. You go street with it. I've heard you say things that I've never heard a black man say before in my life.
Oh, really? And give me one example, real quick.
No, not quoting. I'm just saying the manner that you said what was needed to be said. It was the tone. It was your emphasis. I'm going, damn, this dude he's like ramped up in saying this. No. Most of the time when you see blacks talking about black problems, it's very measured. I don't want to get rough when I say CT. You go,
yeah.
Not like that. But damn near.
Yeah, I've always been like that, man. Because I see a problem and I've always wanted to fix it. I've tried it when I was a kid. In college, adult life, and then the beauty of YouTube is that now I could have an audience now. Whereas before it was like, shut up, man, you tripping, yada yada yada. But see, now it's people who say, wait, I think like that. And he's right, but before, you're right, yeah.
No, they're catching up with you. You were way ahead of the curve as far as like, okay, do you mind if we just really get angry about this, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you were ahead of the curve. I'm saying your seemingly your attitude. It's like, can we really get angry about this instead of this stupid shit, soft talk? You made that very clear. I'm surprised sometimes. Honestly, CT, when you're out and about, are you very careful? Considering places maybe where you go, some more than others, but I'm guys like you.
The thing of the matter is that I don't necessarily have political conversations anymore with people. I don't have conversations about race with people anymore. I don't really like small talk. So
right. Oh, I know it. It is disgusting.
Especially
among intelligent conservative liberals. We know they're idiots. The small talk among conservatives is disgusting. But you, I'm talking about, do you like wear sunglasses and maybe a hat in public?
No,
Not
no,
yet.
not at all.
You might get there.
I would think.
I'm just saying, man. You're allowing people to come up here. Now, I consider you the Lex Fridman of the streets. See, Lex Fridman, he interviews all the haughty toddies, high and uppies. No, chaotic truth is doing what Lex Fridman does for the streets.
Yeah, like I said before, I feel like people have a hard time with hearing other people's perspectives and opinions. And I don't, and I've learned that from Howard Stern, Tom Likas. I learned it from a lot of people. Just hear people out. There's nothing wrong with that. Howard Stern used to have all types of people on his shows. And I'm not comparing myself to Howard Stern, but and that's why they're mad at Just Pearly Things. See, they want Just Pearly Things to be an echo chamber. She's not. She's going to sit there and listen to people. Let Nick Fuentes talk. Let him talk. And I think that's the beauty of like what daytime TV used to be many years ago, like Jerry Springer, etc. Smitty, would you ever eat bugs, sir? Would you ever follow this agenda to eat bugs?
No, I've heard about it.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, I heard about that. They were saying that back in historical days, locusts, a lot of bugs have protein, and they believe switching over to insect-based meats, being switched to insect-based meats will cut down, I think, like on CO2s that animals let out. It's for like environmental reasons. It's because they're like the cows, the CO2s or whatever they let out and stuff. So that's why they're trying to switch over to bugs. Now, I have ate bugs before and didn't know it. One, the average person, if you sleep with your mouth open, you swallow about 60 spiders a year. All right. Okay. A little small. Anyway. And then two, a lot of people don't know, that little slight bit of a kind of crunch you get if you ever ate a fig Newton? Well, they have wasp in them. Fig Newtons have ground up wasp. Yeah. That's not just fruit. That's wasp. So if you ever had fig Newtons, you've already had bugs before. And that's a fact. You can Google it, look it up. It's wasp groundings and fig Newtons. That's little crunchy bits that might be a thorax or a wing.
And fig Newtons are tasty. I don't like them.
I never did, and I was always suspect of that crunch, and it got confirmed in my later 30s.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's probably one of the healthiest feelings in all junk food is what's in a fig Newton, I think. If it's primarily figs, I don't know.
You wearing that mask, sir, I'm not surprised at anything you will say today.
What does the mask have to do? Well, didn't I seem courageous enough to speak my mind without the mask?
You're creeping me out, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Lean back. There we go.
Wait, hold on, okay.
See, I don't really. I'm not eating no bugs.
This isn't as this is creepier than my red face.
You're throwing me off, sir.
I have a red face. That's why I wear this. A hideous red face. Did my red face not creep you out as much as this mask?
You're throwing me off, sir.
I'll tell you what. Well, let's throw this into you. Get your head out of your ass if this mask bothers you. Grow up. How's that?
CT, so what was you saying about a school bus or something?
Well, I get it. I won't talk to you anymore, Smitty. I got it. Yeah. I understand. No, talking to you means nothing to me. You got it. Let's call it, you say nothing to me, I say nothing to you. That's a good deal. I like that.
Yes.
I think most of your ramblings is mostly too long and silly. Some of them have good points, but most of them is too long. It's like, I'm bringing it in for a landing. Do you mind? How about just not taking off on a runway for a half hour? That was good.
White bus driver lady, Ohio, told a group of white kids on the bus that were acting a fool, "Shut up! I'm getting tired of your behavior. If you don't stop, I'm gonna put my foot up your ass and it's gonna come out your mouth hanging." Woo! I like that woman already. The community loves what she did. Her community. They even set up a GoFundMe for her retirement. They raised over $100,000 for her. Be Brave applauded her, said that's what white people do in situations like that. And I, to a degree, agree with him. But what say you, sir? Did you see? Go ahead.
I didn't see the video, but I mean, such a slippery slope. Now, I mean, I'm just saying as far as like on a moral basis, I'm with that. I beat kids up if I have to. I'm not playing with y'all. Y'all are threatening. I'm sorry. There's more kids at the age of like 14, 15 committing murders. All these so-called gang members you seeing on these rap songs and stuff, man. Most of these guys are not even 21. They not even 21 years old, bro. These aren't like at least like kind of adult-ish, 21 through like 30 or something, gang banging. No, man, these are like 14-year-olds out there, real deal. I'm looking at just children's faces claiming this stuff. So my point in saying that is I'm a firm believer in, like, I'm real tough on my daughter. I'm real tough on Phoenix because I say to her all the time, Dad is hard on you so that the world doesn't, so you don't have to have the courts spanking you and whooping on you. So you don't have to have the streets and the police spanking and whooping on you. I'm trying to make sure that you get this right now so that the life don't have to kick your ass. Excuse my friend. So that's where I am. So on a moral level, oh no, I'm with that. Oh, I'm with that. You got to. You have to curb it. You have to curb it. But I mean, it's scary because I mean, we know how, easily people cry wolf, and now you want headlines and people trying to, get you in cancel culture. And so that's all I'm saying. But as far as what she did, how you describing it, they was being them little badasses that won't shut up and probably throwing stuff at you and at the back of your head while you trying to drive or all of that, of course, man. Of course, I understand completely because I don't play that. Just because you a child, just because you a woman, you're not getting no when you step into a man's realm, you're going to get men's treatment. And hopefully that's to deter you from wanting to step into a realm you have no business in. I digress. My mic is muted.
What say you about the Chicago riots, sir, with the little kids over the weekend, the teenagers? What would you have done in that situation if you were a councilman, mayor, police chief? What would you have done?
Something along the lines of like holes in their behinds or some kind of non-lethal smoke bomb. Out of industrial size pepper bomb the whole block. Got to clear you guys up out of here because the fact is, see, that wasn't a protest. That was just chaos. Protests back in with Dr. King, they had a starting point and they were marching to a point. And when they got to that point, they had a list of demands when they got to that point. See, it was a whole orchestration, a whole purpose. That was just like a college team won the championship, and that's how we do on campus after. Because I've seen that on Maryland U when we beat Duke one year. I mean, cars was flipped over and everything else.
Yeah.
They was turning over pool tables in the bar, just being crazy for no reason. So the fact is that wasn't a protest. A protest has a trajectory. It has a direction. They were just outside acting crazy. It wasn't no protest. That was spring break. That was spring break in Chicago. That was what that was. They twerking on top of police cars, stomping on them. I saw the little phone clips of that. I saw it. Nah. I want no protest. Don't even call it that. That gives protest a bad name. See, when you call that protest and you put that out there, you got people thinking that's what it is. These people have no direction at all. You can clearly see there is no leader out there. No leader.
Okay. There was a young boy in Kansas City, Missouri, recently over the weekend, 16 years old. He's a good kid. His mom asked him to go pick up his siblings from the daycare. He went to the wrong address. Homeowner shoots him in the head twice, or shoots him in the head, and then shoots him again. Kid is in critical condition. Kid is actually a good kid, very good kid. They have not released the race of the homeowner. I'm assuming the guy is white. Be Brave says that pretty much, and I'm paraphrasing it, what can you expect? The guy probably has seen all this problem with dealing with young black youths in the city, and he can't decipher if this kid is robbing the damn house, even though the kid wasn't. What say you about this situation, sir? Did you hear about this case?
No, I didn't. But just from what I'm hearing, one, if you've lived in a hood long enough, you know your hood. You know what's a threat and what's not. You know the bad kids around there and who's not. So only thing I'm saying to that is this. This is CT. Remember, I don't know if you remember some lives ago when y'all was talking to me about why you don't tell people pick trash up in the neighborhood. See, that right there. I'm just going back to my point I was making as far as it's possible. I'm not blaming this on mental health, but I am saying you don't know where that man's headspace is. You don't know if he's a schizophrenic. You don't know what voices he was hearing. You don't know what medication he's not on that he should be on. You don't know what doctor he hasn't checked in with that he should have been checking in with.
Yeah.
We don't know what was going through that man's head when that all took place. We don't know who he owes or who's after him, and he's nicked up and thinking these are the guys coming to get him, and they might be sending a decoy. So I'm gonna knock this one off to let y'all know you don't have a clue. There's so many variables as to why that could have happened, but you describing it the way you describing it, I'm gonna honestly say, I don't know. I need to find out more about the person.
Yeah.
Was he a war vet? Is he shell shocked?
They haven't released any information on the homeowner.
So I don't know. I don't know. I digress. My mic is muted. Get on over to my man, Dr. Giles. What's going on?
That's some good points, though. So I got to give you that. Yeah, that's some good ass points.
Thank you. Respect.
The main title is the evil liberals. I've named off so many actors and actresses, sir, earlier today. Even Nas has vested interest in a company that has bugs in the product that creates these little candy bars. Nicole Kidman, Angelina Jolie. I show videos of them eating bugs and promoting it. What say you about that, sir? About this whole bug eating phenomenon? Do you eat? Go ahead.
If it's good for you, yeah, I'm with it.
Okay, so you would eat a cockroach
if it's good for you. If it's proven that it's good for you, yes.
Okay.
See, you get once you start traveling, you realize, in different countries they eat things that we deem, is disgusting, and that's just like a delicacy, So to each his own on that factor. But yeah, I've heard through the years that is, certain bugs are good for you nutrition wise. You might be dealing with some ailments, just like now how people are dealing with pain with cannabis, where it is 20 years ago it was looked at differently. So. How you doing, Brave?
Are you going to talk to me, Dr. Josh?
So I just did. I said, "How you doing?"
Oh, that's why thank you. I'm doing very well.
So Dr. Josh, because you went to other countries and you're well traveled, I understand that. But I did make it a point to say that, they may eat bugs in Indonesia. They may eat bugs or cockroaches in the rural parts of China. But that's because they're poor. Go ahead.
Not necessarily.
Name me a rich country that eats bugs.
A rich country that eats bugs? Japan.
What do they eat?
Japan. They eat all type of crazy stuff. Shout out Toshi. Yeah, my DJ from Japan. But no, it's you got to remember, even here, there are a lot of the hippie community, And like you was just saying with the Fig Newtons, there's a lot of stuff. Hey, but listen, I'm from the Bronx, okay? I'm quite sure I might have ate, something foreign that I didn't know.
Off a food cart. Uh-oh. Woo! Outside with bugs.
Dr. Giles, what say you about some of the other stories I tapped into today about Chicago, about that young boy who was shot, about that, even the school bus driver? What say you about these events, sir?
Well, the Chicago thing, what I think they need to start doing is making an example, round up as many as you can, start making examples. Okay, because that stuff is who's going to pay for it down the line? Taxpayers. And see, I'm totally not with that.
Okay.
Even with the legal situation with dealing with the immigrants and everything, you need to shut them doors, take care. You have to take care of home before you take care of somebody else the proper way.
Okay.
So, you know what I mean? If my kid is acting up, he gets rounded up in Chicago, say, for example, he should be treated the same way as a person who's a criminal. That's a criminal act.
Mm.
You know? And before you go there, Brave.
No, he agrees with you. Jay Rillo with the $2 super chat says humans can't ingest chitin, the disgusting bug. Eating bugs is harmful. It is. Ugh, disgusting, gross. What say you, sir, about what were we talking about? Be brave. We were also talking about.
Did you bring up the bus driver?
Yeah, we talked about that. The Missouri teenager that was shot, sir. What about that, sir?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Or the wrongful, or the wrong police, not police, the wrong pizza delivery that led to a shootout in Detroit. What say you about that?
You talking about the guy that knocked at the door and he was shot at?
No,
that was a kid. I'm talking about in Detroit. There was pizza that was delivered to the wrong home.
Correct.
The home that was supposed to get the pizza came to that house address and said, "Yo, you got our pizza." And next thing you know, it was a damn shootout. 10 Negroes, I don't know if they're black, went to jail. They released one. But what say you about that? Be Brave said they're low IQ savages. I just think he's being a little bit racist. But what about you? So what do you think?
That's misdirected anger. Obviously, somebody was, you to shoot up something, for some pizza that you could have just took your butt. But you know the sad part, and listeners need to listen to this. Whoever did that, okay, unless they don't care about their life, 9 times out of 10 they regretting it. See, this is the part people don't talk about. When you do stupid stuff like that, you walking around that yard, okay, talking about shoulda, coulda, woulda. All these young kids out there doing these crimes, thinking you're cool and all that. When here it is, when you locked up, your homeboy's trying to get your girl, okay? You up here begging for money for commissary. That's how it did change. So if you deem for that type of life, hey, that's on you.
Man,
And that's the reality of it. Trust me.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's a very interesting angle of this also. Who are all these young people that will act that violent over nothing that aren't afraid of prison?
Who?
No, well, I know who they are. I'm saying, but what develops their mind that they're not afraid of prison?
Okay, but let's not go on to the race thing, because we do know there are white people getting locked up too, right?
No, I didn't say that word. I'm saying there ain't no white people shooting up somebody over pizza.
One thing I want to let you know, okay, I've dealt with a lot of crime, a big portion of my life, and a lot of my criminality was with white people, predominantly.
I didn't say it wasn't. Didn't say it wasn't. We went over this last time. I'm saying that the type of crimes that are destroying the cities are done by black crimes.
No. I'm just letting you know.
Well, no, I know there are white people. Dr. Josh, let me say this very calmly. Please, CT. Dr. Josh, please, goodness sakes, my man. Thank you for talking to me, number one. I feel so... that hurt my feelings. But no, really, I know there are white people that are nuts. I know they're out of their damn minds. I know there are white people that kill other people. I know there are white people that will kill another person for a thrill. I'm just saying that they're not the ones that are taking the American culture down the drain right now. That's what I'm saying. And I know there are white people in prisons. I'm not saying
I have seen some crazy white people. Like I don't know if anybody's seen the one guy. The neighbors were just like shoveling snow, and the dude was like shoveling the snow onto like the neighbor's side some. And that wound up the guy going in the house, offing the husband, the wife, and then he offed himself when the police got there. 3 people died over shoveling snow, and they were all white.
I saw that, Smitty. Be brave.
Yeah, I saw it too. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. We gotta go by the damn numbers, fellas.
Okay.
That's what the society has to get to.
Who's a Karen? Who's a Karen, Brave? That's
harmless, big mouth white people. White women.
Okay. Now, do you have the same type of number of Karen videos with, let's say, a Shaniqua with a black
No,
woman?
because the Karens aren't hurting anybody. So what's the point? I'm talking about we need to isolate the destructive, violent behavior.
How are you not hurting somebody if you think you're better than somebody? See, and this is the part where you don't get. No, seriously.
No, you can think. People can think they're better than people. No, it's not. You can think you're better than people all day long. That's your illusion. That's your delusion.
And I get somebody
but it doesn't destroy anything. What?
That's not a cop. And you're going to tell me, what are you doing here? Or you don't belong here? That's not harmful.
It depends on the situation that they were asking.
Nah, that does depend on the situation, Dr. Josh.
What makes that Karen better than the person that she's messing with?
I didn't say it did. I'm just saying it's not.
I'm asking you. Answer the question.
It doesn't make her better. I'm just saying it's not as destructive as what's going on with these young black people shooting people over pizzas.
Wow.
Hold on, Dr. Josh, are you talking about a police, a person of the law questioning somebody about why they somewhere?
No, I'm just talking about just a Karen, for example.
Okay. Well, never mind. All right, yeah, I don't know. People need to mind their business, but go ahead though. Kinda. But you do have some communities. People don't play that, man. You have some communities. People are not playing with that. They are very tight knit, and I mean, they really got their eyes out them windows, and them neighborhood watch signs are real. They are peeking through them blinds, and they know that you don't belong around there. And probably the reason why it's been safe is because they kind of keep a tight knit, connection amongst each other as neighbors. I don't see anything wrong with that because I mean, I don't know. It's just your mind changes on stuff when you become a dad. Once I became a father, bro, and having a home and stuff, bro. I mean, I look at life totally different. It is not the same when I was growing up, bro, and just kind of running the streets.
It was okay for Trayvon Martin. Okay, what was he? 13 years old, for him to be murdered in the fashion he was murdered in.
Who do you possibly think would say yes? It was okay. Like, come on, bro.
Really?
Who possibly is going to be like, yeah, it was okay for that?
Neighborhood watch. See, you're getting it wrong. Neighborhood watch. But once you come into my square messing with me, that's not right, bro.
Of course, because neighborhood watch is only supposed to be up and to call the police. It's exactly what it's not. It's not called neighborhood approach. It's not called neighborhood grab you and arrest you. It's called neighborhood watch, and that is exactly the extent of what they're supposed to do in their power jurisdiction. Watch you, report you, call those peoples, and fall back.
For the record, I wanted
So if they come up and approach you, they're now violating. That's not. He shouldn't do that. That's a violation right there.
But Zimmerman got away with it.
Yes, he did. But for the record, I was
not to mention it was a kid.
I wasn't on the jury. I wasn't the prosecutor. I wasn't the judge. I have nothing to do with that. I think it's just as messed up as everybody else. I think it's messed up. Shanquilla is not going to get any justice. I think that's messed up. Okay, things happen.
For the record, I was wanting Zimmerman in jail for the rest of his damn life. Number two, also Derek Chauvin, that son of a bitch. I wish one of those cops would have shot him in the back of the head for standing on a man's neck for 9 minutes. So don't think of me as one of those folks.
Okay,
No.
Brave. Let's flip it around, Brave. Could you even see that happening to a white man? You got 5 black, just for example, 5 black cops, right, kneeing on a white guy.
There actually is a story of that, bro. Nobody talks about it. It was a white dude in Florida. I forgot his name. It was literally the exact same death. They had him on his stomach. They had his knee on him. And that white dude kept on saying he couldn't breathe. And he passed away. I forgot his name, but I remember it was in Florida. It was the exact same thing as George. The exact same situation. Number of cops damn near and everything. It was to a T identical. No, and it's a reason why you never heard of it, because it was white cops on a white man.
I heard about it. I know what you're talking about, because they were joking on him. They were joking on the address that he gave.
There you go.
But these, what I'm trying to say is, imagine 4 black cops doing that to a white person. You can't even think of that.
If it happened, here's what I would say, Dr. Nas or Dr. Josh. It's a miscarriage of justice. 54% of people that are shot, unarmed people that are shot by cops, are white. 36% of unarmed people that are shot by cops are black. 36% in the black, 54% of whites are shot, of unarmed whites are shot. So, I mean, the whole policing is out of whack. I challenged 5 conservatives on here a month ago. I said, you're all crazy. Policing is out of hand. It needs restructured. We need way more police so that the police don't have to get crazy when they get out there. When somebody's crazy, we need to stand back and let them melt down for an hour and a half. Just stand back. Make sure they don't do any harm. Let them melt down for an hour and a half. Pretty soon they'll fall asleep. Take them in. Number 2, why in the heck they got the license plates of these cars? Let the guy get away. Just let him go. When there's being rough and detaining somebody, and it depends on what for. But no. Don't mistake me with the conservative idiots that think no matter what the cops are right. Please don't do that. I ain't about that. I will say that many times these cops are doing what they're doing certainly because they know they can get away with it and that they're racist. I'm not denying any of that. But the 9 minutes on the neck, that was something that should have showed people there's something strange going on here, and nobody caught on to it. Bunch of dumbass conservatives you heard the excuses for that, Dr. Josh? They were all sick.
If people bring up the fact that he had a criminal record, this and that had nothing to do. That's apples and oranges.
What's funny,
what
you
happened to him?
right, and you seen him from the beginning. He was handcuffed the minute he stepped out of his SUV. He was handcuffed. That takes all the power away from a man. His hands were handcuffed. He was done, harmless. And then on top of all that, he was on the ground with the man on his back and on his legs, handcuffed. Then Derek stood on his neck, and they're justifying that. That's why I said.
Do you know the example that I take from that though? Be brave, to be honest with you. You know what I
Hold
take from that?
Hold it, Smitty. Are we on talking terms? I like you, man. I mean, we okay, buddy? You're the one that started being rude to me. I just want to make it. Yeah, I'm an old man. I hold people accountable. You basically told me I was a piece of shit. Don't talk to you. Are you kind of apologizing or not?
I said that you're a piece of shit. Don't talk to you.
That's your implication. The way that you ignored.
I said the mask is throwing me off. And
There's
first of all,
Dr. Josh,
slow down, slow down.
Well, let me ask Dr. Josh.
It's called sarcasm, sir. I know how to joke kind of dull and keep
no, you
a
were
straight
joking.
face.
You ignored
I
me.
really was just messing with you, sir. I could care less what you put on your face.
Thank you, number one. But number two, you hurt my feelings, and I'm saying I wouldn't have ever done that to you, sir.
Okay, all right. Air hug on 3. 1, 2, 3. Pat, 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 and release. God damn it. See, there you go being weird again. So anyway, what I'm saying though, what I was saying, Dad, home, what was you saying before that? Because you threw me off, man.
Well, I just
he fantasizes about a slender black woman.
Yeah. George Floyd, right? So what I take from that whole Floyd incident, man, is that honestly, I look at situations like that as an example. Now, I'm not blaming him. Honestly, that is somebody's somebody. That is that was a life, right? No matter how much you look at him as a piece of crap, or if you look at him as a martyr, it still was a life, bro. And I leave it at that between him and God. But that just shows us that we need to watch how we move when we're dealing with the police. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have had more police run-ins than folks will ever know. I don't talk about it too much because I don't want y'all looking at me crazy. Bro, I've never had that situation. Never.
What situation?
White cops, black cops, huh?
As far as with George Floyd?
I ain't never had that type of situation because I know how to move. When they got me, I know they got me. If they pull me over and I know I got a warrant, I know I got 2 warrants. I probably got one in DC, one in Baltimore or something like that, right? I know I got some drugs in the car or whatever. Bruh, I'm going to be honest with you. And look, it's been times where I played it cool and somehow or another my stuff didn't show up and I actually drove away because I played it cool.
Yeah.
And then there have also been times where even though they took me in, they made it real light. They didn't trump up the charges. They made sure I got a good bond, or if I got people. I've had officers say, man, I'm gonna go talk to the commissioner, man, because I was so chill, because I didn't give them a hard time. I've had officers purposely not show up for the court date. Okay, yeah, look, I just gotta take you in because I got it on camera. I have to do this, but because I'm being chill and because I know what time it is, because I accept my fate, because I know I'm out there on the streets and I know what can happen, and I accept that. I don't try to cry, run, and bitch and complain about it when it shows up. He got me. Okay, you got me. Bet. Man, they purposely be like, man, look, I ain't even going to be there. Just make sure you show up. Showing up. Many times I've showed up for court. It's thrown out nollie proseque because the officer said I ain't going to waste my time with it. You was cool.
What they got to do with George Floyd case?
Because the way the man... My God, CT, help me out. I digress on my
George Floyd was helpless. I'm with Dr. Josh. George Floyd was helpless. From the minute he got out of his car, he was helpless.
Bro, you could tell he was high, right? Okay, that's why he was on some paranoia stuff, right?
But he was helpless.
Is the thing, though. That had nothing to do with a cop kneeling on him in that
That's
fashion.
right. That's the point.
Yes,
That's
it does. If it has something to do with what he did before the cop kneeled on him. Do you not understand what I'm saying? Because of what he was doing beforehand is why he got the knee on his back in the first place. If you shut up and if you know how to move, because anybody who know about these streets know, shut the fuck up. Shut up when these people come. Don't say nothing. You trying to tell me you ain't never been in a car with somebody, bro, with one of your homies or whoever, nephew, cousin, brother, whoever, and when we get pulled over, you don't remember back in the day, we would sit there, you got the driver, he'll be glancing in the rear view, don't even want to turn around, bro, just sit still. No, stop moving, bro. Just let me do all the talking. We did not have the windows rolled down. What you pulling me over for? No, I'm a sovereign citizen. No, bro, we wasn't doing all of that. We weren't doing all of that. We chilled the F out. I might be talking to you today because I know how to chill. You can Google it. Back in the early 2000s, late 90s, PG police, Prince George's County Police was one of the worst through the country. They was bodying folks. We had to get laws changed to where if it's just a traffic stop, they literally have 10 minutes to write you the ticket, then they have to let you go because they was holding people and doing some dirty stuff. And I still never came across that because I know how to move.
Yeah, but that's
you dudes are not street tactic. You don't have no street tactic. You don't have no street tactic with you. You think flailing your arms. Didn't they tell you that in the water with the sharks? Don't start flailing and swinging and kicking like you a hurt sea lion because you're going to get attacked. You're better off just staying calm. In almost any situation I know, when something's going down, I ain't never known screaming and flailing like a girl is going to help you get out of that situation. I've always heard stay calm and keep your head on a swivel. If you out there in the streets, you should already know I need to have lawyer money. You should already know if I get pulled over, this is what I'm going to say. Have your ducks in a row.
George Floyd did. He was entirely subdued. There was no call for anybody on his neck or his shoulder or nothing. There was no call for it. He was subdued with 2 men on his back and handcuffed. There was no call. He was in order at that time, completely.
This is the thing. You're a cop. You're supposed to do your job, right? One. Now, I want to go into what Smitty was saying, okay? Because one of my cases, I was in a no-knock, raid. This is in Saratoga Springs, which is upstate New York, a predominantly white town, okay? My co-defendant has sealed indictments, right? So basically, she was fighting with the police. Well, I was, but she was fighting way more than me, okay? She's alive to this day, okay? Same woman, okay, because I was with her for about 3 years, okay? We get pulled over. We dirty as hell. Okay, talking crap, have no license. Matter of fact, my girl right now from Romania, okay, she let her she's illegal, basically. She just got in an accident. If that was a black sister or a Latina, she would have been locked up. Okay, these are the facts. And like I said, I don't like to bring up race thing and all that, but this is life. Okay?
I would not deny that blacks don't get treated. I would not deny that blacks don't get treated in the justice system differently. Oh, yeah. It's gotten to where, though, it's the difference isn't an excuse for the absolute murderous rage by the small number of black people in the inner cities.
I'm on Rikers Island. You want to hear something crazy? My friend, okay, he sends me a bunch of drugs, razors, and all this, trying to look out for me. He's never been locked up before, right? I'm on Rikers Island. My mother comes to visit me. She brings me these clothes. They supposed to arrest. They still let my mother visit me. They didn't let the drugs and stuff go through. They took it away. But what I'm trying to say is they didn't even lock her up. Okay, these are the facts of the matter. So all of that. But bottom line, for a fake $20 bill, I shouldn't be murdered. I shouldn't even be abused. Right. Do your job if you're going to be a police. That's especially since out with the police department.
Especially since they had him under control. He was handcuffed the minute he stepped out of his SUV.
So many videos of guys fighting and all of that with the police. And 9 times out of 10, they're white guys or white women. How many videos same way you got these Karen videos? You got a bunch of videos with don't put them cuffs on me. Now, if that was a black dude, they would have blew his ass away.
No, there ain't a lot of videos of white people resisting arrest, Dr. Josh. There's hold on. There's 2 content creators that make it their business. They're black men that make it their business. That take off on Colin Flaherty. They make it their business to show who's doing the nonsense with police, who's causing the crime, who's shooting people and shit like that. The whole thing. You don't have white people fighting police on cameras, buddy. Not in any large numbers. Not in any large numbers.
A video went viral. It was the guy that was naked.
I didn't say they don't exist. I know.
All right.
Well, no, come on. It's not. When you have Dr. Josh, you have to go by
a couple of factors. That's not rumor. My life. I told you, I'm in a raid. Okay, we're in the bed sleeping. She's fighting with the police. You seen that female that got blown away? Okay, that black female with her man. Okay, shooting back. Mm-hmm. So this is the thing. Like I said,
you don't get to make him equal.
He should have not had been murdered. And
no, he shouldn't.
Try to use his record. That's not right.
No. I don't even, people say he died from an overdose. I said, I don't care. The point is the cop was on his back. And I think that Derek Chauvin was either a goddamn filthy racist or a CIA agent ready to agitate and turn the country into a firebox.
Well, with that
I'd like to know where Derek Chauvin is imprisoned at. I want to see him in prison. I bet he's in the Caribbean living another life.
No, he's in prison. But with that case, he knew him. You know how he knew him? Because he did clubs. Remember, I do clubs. So basically, he worked at the same club. If we're doing security at the club ain't that big. You're going to know me. So he knew him before then.
Right. So the whole thing is suspicious. That's why I say Derek Chauvin was a racist animal or he was an agent provocateur. Take your pick.
Not to mention he was a swirler, what they call a swirler, a black man that like dealing with white women. Okay, so remember his last chick that was calling her mama. He was calling her mama. Okay.
Let me read this. Let me read the super chat real quick. What's up, 651 Mint? Thank you so much for coming on the panel earlier. With the $5 super chat says that's absolutely no excuse to put a knee on someone's neck, bro. Tighten up. Go ahead, guys. Thank you so much again for the $5 super chat.
No. There was no need at all.
A lot of people that get that racism, you know what I mean? A lot of brothers out here dealing with white girls, and you get that opposition from white men. Same thing with white men dealing with a black sister. You get that opposition, and that's one of the biggest things I fight against. You know why? Because that is harmful.
It is.
Right?
Dr. Josh, you don't see very many white people.
My son was white as white for him to be messed with if he wants to deal with an Asian woman or a black woman or Spanish. Humans are human. It's all about what's in the heart.
Let's be very clear here. The white race isn't worried about a black man dating a white woman. Asians don't want it. Mexicans don't want it. Other races don't want it. You cannot include the white race at this time worrying when they see a black man walking with a white woman. You can't do it. You can't find it. Now, here's where you would see, if it even happened, here's where it would happen. Way back in the hills, off a little old small town, I would bet you if that white woman is from that community, that she could take her black man and walk him right down the middle of that street. And if a white man said something, that white woman would get her family to back her up. And that black man and white woman, nobody would still worry about him. Certainly in the larger cities, there's nobody's worried about a black man and a white woman these days. Not white people.
Where?
In any city, I'm saying white people are not.
Hold on. Hey, hold on. Be brave, but don't you think most white people that are more liberal, I would think most of them don't live in those little back road kind of, no blacks allowed type towns. They move from those places. So I don't even think she would have to go through that, because I don't think they separate themselves from that more than actual black people.
These days, over the last 10 years, economics being what they are, people are staying put in their little towns way more than they used to. And I'm guaranteeing you, a white woman could take her black man right down Main Street in her small town if her and that black man were truly in love. And I guarantee you, she wouldn't have anybody messing with her.
Like where I'm at right here, see, what I've noticed in Maryland, all right, so I was in Beltsville before. So when I was in Beltsville, it was primarily white. Mm-hmm. All right. We started to notice a lot of the white people were moving out of Beltsville, and it was becoming more colored, Spanish, everything. I grew up mixed, but it was mainly white. Mm-hmm. Then next thing you know, all the white people started moving out to Laurel, stuff like that and everything, different areas. Yeah. And then I come out here to where I'm at now. So I'm in Bowie. This was once white. It's now primarily affluent African-American. There's not many white people out here. Now, where do white people go? Right up the street to Crofton. Crofton is primarily, it's like white people just know where to migrate to when they do want those neighborhoods for themselves. And they do that.
Right. With good reason. Because the black race is not the black race of 50 years ago.
Because you know you're in their neighborhood real quick. You know you're in their neighborhood because you will see, and they make it clear because it's a lot of American flags out front of the homes.
Yes.
You driving down the neighborhood, there's a whole bunch of flags out front. You know there's white people right there. You know it is.
And a whole lot of that stems from number one, realities. Number two, the media is a war on white people right now. We are the planet's most scornful, filthiest, no good for nothing humans on the planet. White men. White straight men are the filthiest animals on the planet.
In the United States by race. Who's the most
What's
patriotic?
that? What's that?
Who's the most patriotic in America by race? You think?
Oh, of course,
white people.
You got me. You got messed up. Let me tell you something. Black people have fought in every war on this soil.
Oh
No. Every war.
Right. Yes.
Okay, so how dare you say?
No. You misstated your question. You asked who was the most patriotic. That implies that open patriotism, flying flags, things like that.
War, so don't leave us out.
No. I didn't mean to do that. You asked who was the most patriotic.
No. Dr. Josh, I do kind of get brave. I mean, when you asked that, I was thinking the same thing. You talking about wearing American shirts, Budweiser beer cans, Trump hats, American flags, muddy dump trucks, and all. Look, man, that it is what it is. Yes, they are. I mean, because
how we trumped them. though. We fought in wars that we got shitted on.
Yes.
I don't think anybody is arguing with we fought in wars and we've contributed.
Nobody said that didn't happen.
I don't think nobody disagrees with that, brother.
No, they don't. You have to ask your question differently. If you ask your question, did blacks participate in the building of the country and fighting the wars that supposedly needed fought? Then you would have to say, of course they did. But when you said patriotic, I'm just going by outward display. Hands down, it's white conservatives.
White conservatives?
Oh yeah. No, white liberals.
Do you think they need to just give us?
A lot of y'all might be immigrants, correct?
Yes, I am. My father was, not me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But Dr. Johns, do you think that they should go ahead and give us? Do you think they should go ahead and since we fought in those wars, do you think that's why we should get reparation?
Totally.
Pay us for the war? Do you think we should get some kind of check? Because our ancestors, because our great grandparents and all of that fought in the war, do you think we should get a check?
And then some.
Why? Like how should they do that? Go ahead, break it down. Because I figured you would say yes. So go ahead. Why should they give, like me? My grandfather was in the Korean War. He was part of the Red Ball Express. He played a nice little role. Should I get a check?
Big time. You should get a check. You should get.
I've never enlisted in the military. I break that down to me. Why should I get a check? Because my grandfather was in the Korean War.
Because he didn't. 1, 2, he didn't get the same luxuries, okay, as other people. We know who. All right. That
I'm listening.
So that's a no-brainer. But the sad part is you shouldn't have to even be black to be with black people getting reparations. And here it is, even the slave owners got reparations. You know how disrespectful that is? And then you're on American soil where you're living off the goods of that. So even if I was Asian, I would be with black reparations. And that's the part where people are missing. Like, it's like, come on now, everybody get theirs but us. And then people are deeming it like we're begging for something. No, if you owe me $100, give me that $100. You ain't got to put all this stuff in. And then on top of it, we helping out other countries. Ukraine. Okay.
Oh, the Federal Treasury of the United States is entirely controlling other countries. Helping doesn't describe it. They're in control of them. But reparations should be made, if they're made, should certainly be paid to people that are 80, 70. I always said reparations would have been much better paid right in the civil rights movement. That's when you had a firm hold on what was happening and the discrimination that took place. And they kept people.
You know why it wasn't, though?
Well, of course, because the civil rights movement was nothing but a show itself.
Breezy with the $5 super chat says, "This guy is black. He looks Puerto Rican. Mira. Is that true? Is that true, Dr. Jaz? Are you black or are you Puerto Rican?"
Nigga, I'm as black as they come. All right, my
Really?
mother's white. My mother's white. My father's black. And you know what? Whoever said that, me habla poquito, because I'm in America. Okay, and I need to know when you go that about me. Yeah.
Hey guys, I will be back later on tonight. I'm gonna do a double header tonight. Any last words, guys? This has been a great panel.
So I got to get back to the plantation.
I digress. My mic is muted.
And chaotic, I would not come on here. The reason I come on is because nobody else jumped on. That I wait. I sat back and I wait. I said, well, hell, if chaotic's offering this form up and nobody takes advantage of it, I can't pass it up. So don't get me wrong. I know that and I appreciate you, but I know I'm a hindrance in ways. No, I am.
No,
I get it.
you're
I know
good,
people
man.
don't like me,
You
but
know
the
I like
point
when you
is,
call in.
huh?
So you know I like when you call in. What do you want me to talk about on a later show, man?
I really, I would have to give it some thought if you really gave me my approach, my opinion. But which way are you leaning? And I'll go off of that. Are you leaning towards?
Put your email in a private chat real quick, and we can talk about it because I might want to do something with you. Are you available tonight?
Oh yeah, if you ask me to be, I'll
put your
stay
email
off
in the-
alcohol. I'll stay straight and sober.
Yeah, put your email in the chat real quick, and let's see, and I'll email you something. Yeah.
Wait, that means everybody sees my email?
No, only I can see it. Put it in a private chat. Don't put it in the.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Private chat. Yeah. Yeah,
okay.
because maybe me and you could call us. Guys, put a one in the chat if you want to see Be Brave and Think as my co-host for the night.
Oh yeah, I'll do it anytime you want, man.
Yeah.
And I will be very well mannered. I know I get excited. I know. I'll flare up, but trust me, for the most part, if you let me put this in here. I'm a slow. There you go.
Let me see.
Bring me back up. No.
I don't see it.
I'm sorry. I don't know. You got your email? How about if I just email you on your personal email? You put it out.
Yeah. Do you have the email?
Well, let me see. Let me write it down. Chaotic Truth. All small letters.
Yeah, you got to do small letters. Yeah.
Okay, all small. Chaotic Truth.
It's on the screen right now.
Oh.
Yep.
Let me look for. I don't even have a screen up here, buddy. I kicked myself out. I'm sorry. I'm on. So you'll get just Chaotic Truth.
Yeah.
At Gmail.
Yep. Chaotic Truth Podcast at gmail.com.
Oh, Chaotic Truth Podcast.
Yeah, at gmail.com. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do a show for tonight. I'm gonna do a double header. Yeah.
Chaotic Truth at Chaotic Truth
Podcast. Yep, at gmail.com.
At Gmail. Yep. Okay. Chaotic Truth Podcast at gmail.com.
Yep, there we go, man.
Yeah, I'll get off of here and I'll send you a personal one. And I haven't looked at my email in months, but I'll actually make it a point to look at it.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, man.
Thanks, CG.
I'll be back later on. I'm looking forward for your email, guys. Thank you so much for coming out. I will be back tonight. I will be doing a double header. Salute to you all. Thank you so much, Crazy Chick Sheena. I really appreciate you for always modding. Guys, thank you so much for all the cash apps and super chats. Again, Mario, thank you so much. Aztec, thank you. Breezy, thank you so much for coming through with the super chats. Let me see. Jay Rillo, thank you so much again for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Let me see real quick. Guys, I will talk to you. Beak says, what time tonight? About 7:30 or 8 o'clock. No, you know what? I think 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Beak. And Beak, once again, thank you so much for your cash app. I really appreciate that. Positivity is coming your way, man. I hope all is well with you and yours. Guys, I will come back tonight for that double header. Again, man, I really appreciate the super chats and cash apps, guys. With that, I'm able to get a lot of coffee, a lot of tea, a lot of water for the studio. Thank you so much. Who else? Let's see. Other than that, I'm gonna get the hell up out of here. Peace to you guys. Oh, that's not it. Since I talked about bugs today, give me a second. I'll talk to you guys tonight.